Toros fans, it's time. Please rise to your feet and get loud as we welcome your hometown team, your San Antonio Toros. Let's hear it for the Golden Flag as they charge onto the field. Vamos, Toros!
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. That our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
What a beautiful rendition of our national anthem performed by country singer-songwriter Sabrina Estevez. At 9 years old, she wrote a letter to herself promising to be a country singer one day. After recording a cover of Barbara Mandrell's Born to Die at 13, she would win first place in the City of San Antonio Youth Talent Show. Earlier this year, she released her personal anthem, Good Bad Girl, and this winter will embark on a promotional tour for her upcoming singles, Don't Look Up and Cheap Talkin'. Sabrina Estevez. And our thanks also go out to VFW Post 837 for the presentation of tonight's colors. Speaking of presentations, time to present to you our starting lineups, and we're going to start first with the offense for the visiting Texas Syndicate tonight that will use a different quarterback at that position because of injury to their starter. That, of course, being Jeremy Hunt. They'll go with William King III. So here's our start. Left tackle, Julian Polendo. Left guard, Davion McGill. Center is Darren Witoski. Right guard, Benjamin Marin. Right tackle, Jordan Taylor. Amanje Gamble at tight end. E.J. Howard at wide receiver. Quintavious Workman at wide receiver. Marcellus Johnson also at a wideout. Trey Sanders at running back. And William King III will start at quarterback. Now for the starting defense for our San Antonio Toros tonight, since they got the offense last time. The Miles McCaney will start at defensive end. Ramon Perrier at defensive tackle, recently signed, had his first game last week, and what a game that was. Defensive tackle Robert Rios. Talib Salahuddin at defensive end. Aaron Ortiz at linebacker, followed by Wesley Steiner as well. Zatak McGee will start at the nickel back. Lamagio Hearns, our player of the week last week at cornerback, had an interception return for a touchdown. Chester Kimbrough will start at cornerback. Matthew Littlejohn at free safety. And Obi Melifanu will start at the strong safety positions. Now meeting at midfield for tonight's coin toss of the captains of both teams. And our officiating crew, by the way, headed up by Jim Van Geffen, umpires Lamarck Holcomb, head linesman Zeke Segovia, line judge Mark Gomez, back judge Paul Alamon, field judge Alan Rojas, and the side judge Ricky Gully. Game clock tonight presented by Lee Weiner, and our scoreboard Rudy Martinez. So again, now we wait to see who wins the opening toss and whether or not they defer. Last week, remember, the Toros won the opening toss, wound up deferring, but then looking right into that west-setting sun for the first quarter. Right now, the cloud cover is preventing that from happening tonight, but we'll see what happens here in just a few seconds.
Well, and for the Toros, heck, how they lit up that first half last game, I think they want to look into the sun. They didn't do too bad with that inhibitor, but we got the coin toss here, and it's going to be exciting stuff. As soon as we kick that thing off, these two teams have already played, folks. Let me remind you about that. They've already played one time. Toros won that one, came out on top 24-0. So they got to come in here with, you can't just bring out your old tricks again. They've got to come up with something new. So we're going to see what Coach Bedwell and the Toros have in line here as they bring in the first call out to quarterback Will Arndt. And he has really put on a show. I mean, just last week alone, 15 of 25, 202 yards, 3 touchdowns. Amazing.
We owe you a break. San Antonio Toros continues. Toros football continues in just a moment. The best high school football covers can only be found on Texas Sports Productions, on the app, streaming, and on TV. Your favorite high school sports only on Texas Sports Productions, each and every week for free.
San Antonio, it's time to light up the night with Bangers Fireworks. From backyard fun to sky-filling finales, Bangers has the biggest selection at the best prices. We're proud partners of the San Antonio Toros. Visit us at any of these 4 locations. Bangers Fireworks. Best fireworks at the best prices.
I'm Stan Bedwell, head coach of the San Antonio Toros. As you can imagine, things get a little rough on the field. Twisted ankles, concussions, or even broken bones. And you see this happening in real time. But what you might not see is what happens behind the scenes. I send all my players to Complete Care because I know that they will be seen immediately, they will be diagnosed properly, and they'll be treated quickly so that we can get them back on the field fast. We look forward to an amazing season. We hope you come out and catch all the action. And if you have a little too much action for yourself, go to Complete Care.
We are back and ready for the opening kickoff. The player on the field with number 22 is labeled as Rico Gonzalez. Now, that's not their normal kicker. That's Jaron Ibrahimi, but he will have the opening kickoff. And, of course, right back to Keelan Harris and Chris Carpenter, and here we go. Play is underway. Slips right as he gets past the 25-yard line. May have picked up to the 26, but that's where the Toros will take over on offense. And if I'm the Syndicate, I might have made a mistake here. Of not winning that coin toss. So getting the Toros on offense right out of the gate, and the sun is at their back today, that might be a problem early on.
Could be. And, as you see number 8, Will Arndt taking the field there to lead that offense. I mean, he has just lit it up so far this year. Grand total of 664 yards, 11 touchdowns, only 3 picks. He's got a quarterback rating of 110. Watch him go to work, folks. He knows how to run this offense.
From the 27, he'll pass immediately, looking to his right first, then to his left. He's got a man, and that is caught for the first down and then some, all the way down to the 45-yard line, and he knows it right away as he gets right back up. That is Wayne Ruby with the reception, an 18-yard gain, 1st and 10 again for the Toros.
I like seeing that. Just open it up with the pass. We knew with Coach Bedwell being a former quarterback, we know, and we've seen it for 3 games now. Toros love to light it up in the air, and that's where they go with the first play. Hey, stick with it. You're picking up yardage and first downs.
All right, single back again. He'll hand it off this time to the new starting run back. That is Andrew Henry. Henry gets a couple of yards before he is stopped. But again, operating now on just second down, and it'll probably be a long 8 or short 9. We'll see how they unpilot here.
Yeah,
looks like they're going to mark it pretty close to the original line of scrimmage. We'll give him 1, so 2nd and 9.
Henry had a pretty good game against the Black Gold last week, coming out as a leading rusher, 78 total yards on 9 attempts and a touchdown. So in the background and in the running game, Toros have got it there as well.
Loaded up on the right. We'll see if there was movement in the line. I do see a flag drop by the head linesman, and that's going to be probably motion on the left side of the line of the Toros.
Yeah, I think that was on the top side of the formation. Just got a little jumpy out there. Sometimes you don't hear the quarterback at his snap count. You get going, but it's going to be on the defense this time. Watch this replay right here. Yeah, watch. I thought there was movement at the very top of your screen.
I did too, especially off the left
tackle
tackle
position.
Defense.
Yeah, hey, that's good officiating right there. It came right across the ball. Hey, I like that.
That'll be 5 yards in favor of the Toros now. Moves it up just past the 50, now at the 49 of the Texas Syndicate. So a big break there. So it'll be 2nd and short. Now Arndt will operate again, looks to his right for the first progression, goes downfield, has a man beat and into the end zone for the touchdown. Oh my goodness, that is Chris Carpenter out of UTSA for the first touchdown of the game.
That is a local boy, and that's a local boy who has done some amazing things at UTSA. He's got a heck of a name and a reputation and stats. Heck, he just added it right there. That's a touchdown for that young man, and on the opening drive, the Toros score first.
49-yard touchdown. Had 2 men beat on the play, Ken. His speed is deceptive, I think, to a lot of these defensive backs. They don't realize how fast he can turn on the jets once he gets downfield in that secondary.
And Arndt saw that little small window that he had available in between the corner and the safety, and he knew, okay, Carpenter's got hands. Let me just overthrow him a little bit. And Carpenter showed his speed, got up underneath it, points Toros.
Kenneth Almendarez will attempt the extra point. He's been pretty good so far this season, 18 of 21 on extra points. Kick is up, and it is very long, and it is good. So an early 7-0 lead with 13:45 left to play in the first quarter. The Toros have drawn first blood against the Texas Syndicate. We're going to keep it here. All right, we'll keep it right here since we had a break for you earlier. And just recognize that was a 49-yard pass and catch and run. That was a great execution on that play, Ken.
Look at this ball. Sailed up in the air. Beautiful spiral, but look at the yardage that Chris Carpenter got on number 3. He beat that's Rashad Morris deep off of that. And as a safety, I can tell you right now, the Texas Syndicate defensive coordinator is jumping all over him a little bit. As a safety, you never let anybody behind you, especially a speedster like Chris Carpenter. You see right over the shoulder. Beautiful pass by Arndt, connecting with the number 2 receiver. That's Chris Carpenter coming in for the Toros.
You know, we said it might have been a mistake to wind up not allowing the Toros, or not winning that coin toss, because the Toros took it downfield immediately on just a few plays and wound up with a 49-yard touchdown pass. So they take the early lead, 7-0. Remember, these two teams have met before. It was in week 1 of the regular season. The Toros took that game 24-0. Interesting part about that particular game was that the Toros were scoreless in the second half.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can mount up a pretty big lead here to begin in this first half of this particular contest, their rematch, if you will. Almendarez will line it up at the 35, so we are underway. It's going pretty deep. Let's see if there's a return at the 2. There will be one, and that is number 17, DeJuan Bell, bringing the ball out. He has met pretty much his The special teams does a great job of the Toros of stopping him from even getting to the 20 on that play.
Well, and as we saw, and if you're at home, folks, make sure that you get your bingo card ready, because we're going to be talking a lot of receivers on the Toro side. Go ahead and check Chris Carpenter off for a reception for tonight and a touchdown for the night. But, hey, that Toros defense, though, stout on their run defense, and especially their pass offense. That's what had caused the Syndicate to have problems the last time they played. They just couldn't move the ball against this Jerry Glanville-led defense, which is amazing.
They'll mark it at the 19. William King III will be the starting quarterback tonight. He is in for Jeremy Hunt, who, by the way, has been their starter in the past with 25 of 61 for 251 yards and 3 touchdowns. So this young man, King, will have to come in here with only 1 touchdown under his wing. Off the 19-yard line, the handoff go first man out to the right side. That's going to be Trey Sanders. They're going to rely on him heavily tonight. in this offense, and he is enough to pick up the first down. Gets past the 29-yard line. So right out of the gate, they go to the running game. They get around that far corner and pick up the first down at the 29.
Yeah, you got a 6'1", 210 running back out of the University of Alabama. He knows how to drop that shoulder. More importantly, he got a first down off of that. That defense kind of collapsed in a little too hard on the Toros. They lost that outside contain. That's why he was able to get the green yards.
Here we go. So they pick up their first down on the first play of the game using the running game to open up with. Let's say they go to it again. Fake to the handoff, but the wobbly pass goes behind the intended receiver. So that will not be much of an opportunity here, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to suck the defense in on the possible handoff, and it didn't work that time.
It didn't work off of that one, but what definitely didn't work is you got number 18. That's Obi Melifonwu with a 6'4", 224. They've got him listed as a DB, but they brought him down the line in that time, and Greg, he did exactly what I always say a good defense does. If you can't get to the quarterback, just get in the passing lane. Get your hands up. Yeah. He did that, deflected the pass, and blocked that pass down.
Another pass breakup for him. That's the typical Jerry Glanville style of offense. Just put the heat on the quarterback as best you can. So they line up with a slot, going to the left side, into the sun, and the pass is complete that time. They were able to pick up DeJuan Bell. Remember, he was the guy that brought the kick out. He is their leading wide receiver, though he's not the starting wide receiver on that side. He's got 7 receptions for 85 yards and 1 touchdown coming in this game.
Yeah, out of Fort Valley State, 5'10", 180. And then, as we were just talking about, the sun just peeked out, folks. You can see the sun right there on your replay. They're looking to, the Syndicate's looking into the sun this time, and he dropped one right in the breadbasket for another first down.
Yeah, they got a first down. They'll mark it at the 42. So they've been able to move the ball against this defense, which is unusual in the early going for the Toros. Go to the left side again. Poorly thrown ball, almost picked off a return for a touchdown. And he's not happy with himself. That is coming from his linebacker position, I thought, or did they bring somebody up even more so?
Yeah,
that was Isaiah Green.
Green,
yeah, Isaiah Green coming from his cornerback position, almost returned that for a touchdown.
Right there, folks. All right, look at this. Oh, man, He's going to see that tomorrow and go, that was a pick. Oh, man, he was right there, Johnny, on the spot. Isaiah Green, hey, you know what he's talking. He's telling that quarterback, throw it back over here again. Let me get another shot at that thing.
Yeah, he didn't have much on it either and threw it behind the intended receiver. That was just right for a return for a TD. Let's see what happens now. He's got backfield help with Trey Sanders again. See if he hands the ball off this time after that errant throw. This time he does. He goes to the right side. And no, I don't think he was able to get to the original line of scrimmage. We'll see if they umpire it, but it looks like maybe he got right back to the original line of scrimmage, which is now the 42.
It is an absolute brawl going on down there in the trenches. You see the replay right here. Watch it. There's just nothing on the inside. You got 54 and number 90 coming in. That's Jackson Craven, 6'2", 295. And then you get that other defense that those guys come in. They're fast, Greg. And what I like is they swarm to the ball. They see the ball, they swarm to the ball. That is great defensive coaching.
The extra defender now is the sun that they're looking directly into. 3rd down and 10. So must completion here to try and get something again. They've done a very good job of moving the ball, but just not in the air so much. King goes to the right side. He's got a man over the middle. That's good enough for the first down at the 41-yard line. And coming down with it, looked like it was number 5, Quintavious Workman, that picked it up, but there is a flag back at the 31-yard line.
Workman just really got himself down there, just a little skinny in right there, and then just beat the corner. I don't know what Lumagia Hearns at the corner. That's his guy. You got to be right on his back pocket off of that one. And I think they're going to wave the flag off and give him, this is going to be a big yardage pickup for the Syndicate.
It's because it's roughing the passer going against the Toros, so they hit William King III after the ball is thrown. We'll take a look at it again. So it'll be roughing the passer on top of the completion.
Yeah,
and see
right
hitting
there at the tail end.
after the pass was released. So that's going to mark it down even further. So you add the penalty onto the gain as well. So now the Texas Syndicate will be in scoring position.
Yeah, and that's not what you want. You don't want to give up free yards like that, especially on just mental errors. And I'll put that one up for as a mental error.
All right, 27-yard line is where it's marked. 1st down and 10. They'll see if they can make something of this. The handoff goes to Sanders again. He tries to fight for a few yards. He does get a couple before he's finally brought down. In the middle of that is Talib Salahuddin.
Yeah, you got Jordan Taylor in there, number 52, in the right tackle, and then the right guard, Benjamin Marin, for the Syndicate. They are working their butts off on that right side. So far, all the major runs that they have gone to is off to that right side, so they really got a lot of confidence in that O-line. Hopefully the Toros are trying to shift over to that and maybe see that a little bit and flood the zone.
2nd and 7 now. The ball is marked at the 25-yard line. King going back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket, has to roll out, is going to keep on the play, dodges one intended tackler and is able to get out of bounds, but not before he picks up another first down.
With his legs off of this, but I did like him. Watch his eyes. He keeps it down the field, Greg. That's what I love about a quarterback. Even when he's chasing, still looking, still going. Okay, now we're going to take off, and he's got the legs and some pretty good juke moves right there to get out of bounds and a first down, as you mentioned.
Great situational awareness to set him up at inside the 20 now, the 17-yard line, and another first down. So this has been an amazing drive for this Texas Syndicate team against a defense that has yet to give up a single point this season. Out of the shotgun. Sanders in the backfield with him. Slot to the right. He'll hand it off to Sanders again, going right up the middle. He's going to have to work for every yard, but he does manage to pick up a couple of yards before he's brought down on the play.
Well, Trey Sanders, I mean, you've seen him. He is the go-to guy in the backfield. You're going to see this, and you're going to get a great view. He's going to be coming right at your living room, right in the middle there. Watch him just come bounce out, and then you've got the rest. Look at how many white jerseys are out there blocking down the field for him. I like that. You got the offensive line working, and that's going to be – I think that's going to give an opportunity for the Syndicate to get a little breather here and figure out what they want to do here on second down.
The Toros are calling the timeout here, getting threatened with a possibility of dropping their first score of the season. We'll be back with more San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media.
We want to recognize Big Red and Electrolyte.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities, call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
It's the San Antonio Toros this season, now on the 10th play of this drive. 2nd down and 7, and the ball is marked at the 15-yard line, and play is whistled back alive. Again, King will have Sanders in the backfield. They're looking directly into the sun. Movement on the right side of the defensive line for the Toros, but no call. Shift to the right for the receiver. Now King will roll to his right, but his receiver is not looking up. Does make the catch. Turns around at the last second as Sanders out of the backfield and somehow turned around at the very last second and made the reception.
At the tail end of that pass there, Greg, I thought for a fact he had that over the back shoulder and just missed it. Watch this. 26 out of the backfield. DB comes up and picks up on it, but that's a one-handed back shoulder grab right there. Great job by the running back out of the backfield to pick up the first down. They're scoring position again.
1st and goal now from the 3-yard line for the Texas Syndicate. The ball snapped a little high. He does give it off. Sanders trying to fight his way into the end zone. Let's see if he makes it. He's short, I believe, by about a yard. So he fights his way all the way down to the 1-yard line before he's stopped by that Toro defense. who doesn't want to give up a single point this season, but right now, on the doorstep of making that happen against them, the Texas Syndicate.
Yeah, and he kept his legs going, and I think that was the key to that success right there, is he was trying to get to the outside. He realized he didn't have the speed on the edge right there, so he cut it back in and uses the strength. And, man, I tell you, the Syndicate has put together one heck of a drive here to match the Toros' opening score.
All right, second down from the 1.5, maybe 2-yard line. There is a flag, I thought, thrown. I do see a flag on the play. Let's see what our referee, Jim Van Geffen, says. Illegal substitution.
They have 12 in the huddle.
Must have had 12 coming out of the break, so that's going to cost them 5 yards. See the discussion going on with their offensive coordinator there, trying to figure out what went wrong. That's Juan Mike Oliveira.
Well, and again, when you go back to some of these guys, you got, I think that was on 26, Ivan Thomas, Texas A&M Kingsville guy. But yeah, I mean, this where you get back to, okay, you get your emotions get jacked up, you're marching down the field, you're about to score on the Toros, the first team to score on them in the whole season. And I tell you, they've got some moxie, they got some excitement going on right here, and they're getting a little jumpy. But hey, I'll tell you, let's give a hats off to number 12, that quarterback who's stepping in, William King the third. Has he not managed his offense perfectly or what?
Second and goal now from the 6 after the penalty. Now King's turning around, and now there's a delay of game.
They're going the wrong direction, Craig.
So part of the problem for any offense at this point is there is no play clock on the field.
Yeah.
The play clock is actually being kept on the field, so it's kind of hard to get a rhythm going here. You see the referee, Jim Van Geffen, winding the clock now, so now that sets him back another 5 yards. So we're back to the 11-yard line now. Still second down, though. Sanders in the backfield along with King. At quarterback, slot left. He's going to look left. Now he's going to have to roll right because of defensive pressure. He puts it up into the end zone, fight for it, and nobody comes down with it. And there is a flag on the play, and that's going to go against the Toros.
Back of the end zone, big receiver. I like the way that the quarterback, William King, kept his eyes down the field, even into the sun, and right there in the corner and realized, hey, I've got a height advantage here. So he threw it right up there, and it's a jump ball at that point, and the Toros get tagged with a defensive pass interference.
That's right. So that sets up an automatic first down. The ball will come all the way down, and it'll be marked. It looks like about the maybe 1-yard line, 2-yard line, I'll say.
Football's funny. You get penalties that'll back you up, and then you get a play like that. It takes you right back to where you were before. They're knocking on the door again.
All right, now he's going to go under center this time, so watch for the fullback to lead the charge on this. Second man through is Sanders. He's trying to find a hole to get in. Is he able to do it? He's not. He's short by about a yard. They signal him down before he's able to cross into the end zone.
Stout defense by the Toros, led by Talib Salahuddin off of that. He just anchored on the inside. Watch 44 just collapse. He's in the middle there somewhere in the red jerseys. But, yeah, he made a good stop. There he is, right in the middle. Made a great stop on the running back there, and they're going to go for it here again on second down and knocking on the door.
All right, once again, same lineup. King under center, and you have Sanders as a trailing back. Let's see if they go to the left side this time. That's exactly what they're going to do, but he fumbles the ball a little bit, hangs on to it, but that allows the defense to sneak in and stop him short of the line of scrimmage.
Number 37, Miles McKinney, 6'3", 240 guy right there. You see him in the middle of your screen. Watch him. He's going to come from the left side of your screen right in here and shut this play down. Little bobble on the quarterback running back. Ball came a little loose, but he just wrapped up. 37 drops him. That's steer wrestling right there. Way to go for Toros to make a fantastic stop right when they need it and force a third down.
Yeah, that's all the time he needed with that play being disrupted by the bad exchange to get in there and make that stop. Third and goal now. Backed up to the 6-yard line. Let's see if the Toro defense can hold. And now there's a timeout being called on the field. Timeout
the Syndicate.
Is charged to the Syndicate. But we'll keep it right here since they're in scoring position if there's a possibility of the Toros actually giving up a score for the first time. But again, they have stayed their ground here during this attack because this is one of the biggest drives. I would actually argue this is the biggest drive against this defense we have seen this season. Season.
And it's been big like that, and really it came down to defense. And for that defense to be able to stand up, this is where that Jerry Glanville coach defense is going to have to shine at this point. When your back's against the wall and you've got your offense that's knocking right there, it's the potential first score of the whole season. You got a lot of nerves that are up there, and for that defense to stand like that, and they've got it's going to be third down, and I would anticipate the Syndicate would try to go for points, just to try to match the opening drive score for the Toros.
I've just been astounded about how this offense, the Texas Syndicate, has just little by little found just a thread to chip away at this Toro defense that we haven't seen all season long. And they've done it with a great balanced attack so far. Some on the ground, some in the air, and some just good judgment by the backup quarterback, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the fact he's getting the ball around. He's got a weapon right there in the backfield with number 25, Trey Sanders. I bet they go back to him again.
3rd and goal now for the Syndicate. Looking left all the way, fast pressure, has a man, but he's short of the end zone. Dragged down short of the end zone. Big number 27, Matthew Littlejohn, with a saving tackle that forces a 4th down.
Watch this right here. This is it. The receiver just does a little underneath route right there. There's a little screen, or they're just trying to do an outside route off of that. 27 jumps all over that one. Littlejohn, 5'11", 195, showed some speed and recognized the play and had enough of that closure speed to stop it right here. And as I anticipated, I thought the Syndicate would go for the points on 4th down.
And now we have a flag being thrown because I guarantee you that's a delay of game. Or there's too many men on the field. Let's see what the call is. Yep,
another illegal substitution.
Illegal substitution, so they're going to bring it back. So we do have Ibrahimi, who did not do the kickoff. He's a place kicker. It was Rico Gonzalez that had the kickoff earlier on, but Ibrahimi is going to come in to attempt the field goal and see if he can put points on the board for the very first time against this Toros defense. They're going to mark it at, what is that, the 17-yard line?
Correct.
Roughly. And so it'll be a 27-yard attempt. The bad snap, the kick is up, and let's see what they say. And it is good. The first points of the season scored against the Toro defense comes on a 27-yard field goal with 6:15 to play. Check that, 5:15 to play in the first quarter. Toro still leads 7-3. This is San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media.
Don't want that old car but don't know what to do? Call Pick and Pull and turn that old car into cash. We buy more because we pay more, running or not, and we'll pick it up free. Pick and Pull has the largest inventory in South Texas with over 4,500 parts cars, so we need to buy. Go to pickandpullsa.com for more details. Pick and Pull. We buy more because we pay more.
More to pick, less pull for your budget. Now that's Pick and Pull.
Welcome back to Wheatley Heights Stadium in San Antonio. Your eyes are not deceiving you. The Syndicate have scored the first ever points against the San Antonio Toros this season, albeit on a 27-yard field goal, but the Toros still lead 7-3. But that was the best drive of the season put up against the Toros defense this year.
Yeah, and they put it together, and it wasn't just one guy, Greg, and I think that's what I am most impressed with the Texas Syndicate coming down here to San Antonio, having some lessons learned off that last game, and they're moving the ball around. I mean, they've got the ball down on the ground. They got the big running back, number 25 in the backfield, Trey Sanders, and then he's found some open receivers, lucky or not, but they were picking up first downs, and they just got the first score against the Toros in this season.
Rico Gonzalez will handle the kickoff duties again. Carpenter and Harris are the two men back. That was in 14-play, 71-yard drive that consumed 8 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Very impressive for the Texas Syndicate, but they had to settle for a field goal. So they'll take the kick at the 10-yard line, bring it out, trying to weave his way around, trying to find some room to run, and can't get a handle much on it, and that is Jalen Jackson, and that's one of the new players they literally just signed Friday. They signed him on Friday, and you're going to see a lot of him tonight on offense as well as the backup running back.
Well, they say they got him as a backup running back. I like the fact they put him back there with Chris Carpenter on special teams. But coming out of Ohio State, he had 14 touchdowns, 3,759 all-purpose yards, and you can see why. Good decision-making. When he wants to cut, man, Greg, he's cutting on a dime. I like to see that athleticism right there, and especially from a new guy, Jalen Jackson. Welcome to the Toros.
There is a marker on the field, and I'm waiting to see if there's an indication from Jim Van Geffen. I don't see it, but it's going to go against the Toros, and they're going to move it back. Let's see how many yards. Because originally he got up to past the 20-yard line, maybe about the 22, but they step it off now. It's going to go back to the 19-yard line where they'll take possession of it out of the penalty.
So big first down here for the Toros. They got to get back. They got to remember, they haven't been back out on the field in a while. That opening drive, and they score, they've been sitting on the bench, so they got to knock off some rust here and get it going.
All right, here's the snap. Going to go to the left. No, they take the handoff up the middle. Great fake by Will Arndt that time.
Yeah, got to call out Andrew Devine, number 70 for the Toros, 6'7", 318 offensive line. We got flags all over the place now.
That was after the play, so that's going to be a dead ball foul. And we'll wait to see who it was. They had 2 players down on the field, the Texas Syndicate. And there's some jawing still going on between the players, but Van Geffen's going to have to come out here and kind of decide what happened here.
Yeah, I think Coach Bedwell's trying to figure out. He's talking to number 78. That's a Colby Tucker, 6'9", 330. We saw him on last week just absolutely dominate on that offensive line. It might be a mental error, and they're going to bring in 66. That's going to be Philip Wilder. He's not bad. He's 6'6", 315, so you're not losing a whole lot. But Coach Bedwell's not happy about those mental errors like that, and that's not what he can do. That's not Toros football.
Well, that's what happened. It was a dead ball foul, personal foul, and sportsmanlike conduct against the Toros, so that's going to back them up even more here. So clearly the Texas Syndicate, even though the Toros scored quickly in that first quarter from Will Arndt to Chris Carpenter on that 49-yard touchdown, they clearly have lost some momentum here in this end of this first quarter.
Well, and I don't think the Syndicate's going to complain about, hey, if you're going to give me these yards off of penalties, heck, we'll take them. That's fine. You want to back yourself up? Go ahead.
They back them all the way up to the 6-yard line. So this goes into a second down and long. So Arndt will come out. He'll have a single man in the back. That's their new starting running back this week, Andrew Henry. Let's see what happens here. He's looking, but now a little shovel pass to try and get something going, but the good defense by the Texas Syndicate does not allow Henry much room, and then he loses his helmet in the process, so he'll have to come out of the game.
Well, you got Henry. He's been doing exactly what you want your running back to do with, yardage coming in. He's the lead rusher, 15 carries, 150 yards, 1 touchdown. He's averaging 10 per carry. I like that. But yeah, I mean, you're just not getting. I don't feel, and this is just me, Greg. I'm not feeling that offensive line just dominating like what we've seen for 3 games now, and that's really what's being problematic for the Toros.
It's third down. They got to get all the way to the 29 for a first down now. Arndt in the backfield. He's going to have to put it up. He's got a man open over the middle, and does he make the shoestring catch? He does. Gets back up, tries to pick up some extra yards, and that is Cam Eccles with the reception. But I don't think it's enough for a first down. I think he's short of the first down by maybe a yard. Let's see where they put the down marker. Yep, he'll be third and a long yard at this point. Check that. 4th down and a long yard at this point.
Yeah.
Let's see if they bring in the punting team or they go for it. So far, the starting offense is still on the field.
They're still out there, and I say they go for it. Why not? Try to keep your momentum going.
And that's what they're going to do. I see no call for special teams change. Remember, the play clock is being kept on the field, and they're running short of time right now. They're going to have to get this play off first, otherwise they're going to be forced to punt if they have to pick up the penalty. They're trying to get the quick count, trying to get them off sides. No. That doesn't work. So let's see if they call a timeout or they take the penalty. Back in he goes to try and get the count up. Arndt backs out. Still no flag. He'll take the snap. Now they're going to go for it. He rolls right. He just puts up a jump ball. He's got a man open and it's short. Eccles was out in field. He had beaten both his defenders, but it was short on the pass. So the ball will be turned over. A risky play now. Texas Syndicate will take over deep in Toro territory.
Yeah, good coverage by Stacy Brown out of Prairie View A&M. Number 14, I like that, just going right down the field. I think the receiver for the Toros was looking back, but guess what? He's looking back into that sun. I don't think he saw it. It was a short ball anyways. There was no way he's going to complete that. But, hey, you got to roll the dice sometimes and try to get that momentum back. I don't blame the Toros for going for it, but this is in favor of Syndicate. They're going to get great field position.
I'm also kind of surprised that the play clock took that long to expire, but it didn't. Yeah. They went at it several times trying to draw them off sides. That didn't work. Then they were forced to go ahead and put up the play, and it just fell short. So now it's a first down and 10, and they're deep inside Toro territory at the 27-yard line. Handoff this time. This is the backup running back they're using, Raekwon Smith, and Raekwon gets nowhere.
Well, I'm going to call out number 26 for the Toros off of that one. That's Justice Clemens, 5'10", 200 pounds. He blew that up from the beginning. Watch this. Number 20 comes right in there and just cleans it all up. I love the fact that the Toros strung that play out. Don't let that receiver get to the edge and then beat you on it on the perimeter like that. Shut that down, bring it on the inside. Big number 93 also in on that. That's Javier Edwards.
Yeah, it's a loss of 3, maybe even 4 on the play. Second down and 14 now at the 32. King back to pass. He's got an arm. He's putting it up, and it is, well, that was a broken play. He was going for just the front edge of the left side of the end zone, and his man was actually short of that, almost running a skinny post.
Yeah, Marcellus Johnson, number 8. You can see right here, he was breaking it in. Quarterback was throwing it to the outside. Just miscommunication between QB and wide receiver on that one.
So it sets up a third down and roughly 14 now at the 31-yard line. Smith is in the backfield now instead of Sanders. Slot left. He's looking left. Fires it. Got a man. Reception. A great tackle. Oh, no. He's still on his feet. Fighting his way for extra yards. That is Marcellus Johnson, who's pretty close to the first down.
Yeah, and that second effort, Greg, is I think what might get it depends on where they spot this thing. But, yeah, number 13 for the Toros, Isaiah Green, he was right there to make that initial catch. It was a great throw, great catch, good yardage pickup, and then he did the rest with the yards after catch, and that's going to be really adding up for the Syndicate here.
Yeah, so it's still a 4th down. It's still marked at the 21-yard line. They still need a good 4 to pick up a first down. And they bring in their kicker to try another field goal to see if they can get within a point of the Toros late in this first quarter with 1:17 left to play. They're having trouble getting their special teams organized. This is going to be a 27, make that a 37-yard field goal attempt. They put it down, but wait, there's a whistle before the snap. And delay a game again. That has been the biggest problem that has faced Texas Syndicate, is getting their special teams in or their passing teams in and making these changes. Hard to do when there's no play clock on the field, but nonetheless, you have to get that rhythm going and know what's going to happen. So when they mark it back, let's see where they set this up for another field goal attempt by Jaron Ibrahimi.
It certainly makes it tough. I mean, and it's tough for us because, I mean, we don't even have something to go off of. It's even tougher for the players, and especially a quarterback or a place holder like that, where you got to have that mental clock clicking, and understanding, hey, I've got a compressed period of time. We're going to have a timeout here.
All right, they're going to be forced to take a timeout. They need to talk about that.
Timeout, Texas Syndicate.
Yeah, and I think they're going to discuss that down there with Coach Bedwell about where it's at. But so for the Syndicate, we've got to give them some props here. I mean, they've been able to move the ball, take advantage of some flags, take advantage of some good field position, and now they're setting themselves up to pull within potentially 1 point of the Toros. And we've seen something pretty interesting here that we haven't seen. One, scoring on the Toros with a field goal, and we're back to almost doing another one
You have to remember their first score of this game for the Toros came at the 13:45 mark in the first quarter. The first field goal and the first point scored ever against the Toros this season came at the 5:15 mark with a field goal of 27 yards. And now they're in somewhat similar position if they can get their act together on special teams to try to pull within a point here of the Toros at the end of this first quarter. So this is all very interesting about how this is kind of turned. We talked about that at the beginning of the broadcast, how the team that has given them the biggest challenge so far this season has been this very team. And clearly, both teams have improved since their first meeting.
Well, and improve for sure. I mean, you get some more reps, and you get some more game time, and you get some more team time, if you will. So, yeah, I agree. I mean, you're not facing the same Texas Syndicate team as you faced 2 games ago, et cetera. So for them, I think they've just made some good adjustments. The Syndicate, brought it. They've got some great athletes over there. They're using them. They're getting their players in, and I like it.
They're going to go for it on 4th down. 4th down and 9. They sent the special teams in. They brought King and the offense back out, along with the backup running back Smith. Let's see what happens. He's going to go for it in the air. He's got a man in and out of the hands. but also great defense. He threw into double teams. He was trying to find number 17, DeJuan Bell, and could not make the connection.
That was a tight window, Greg, for him to even try to do that. Hey, hats off to the Syndicate for giving it a shot. Why not? Hey, fourth down, the ball's going to be basically where the Toros were going to start anyways, but watch this. Quarterback kept his eyes down the field, had a great passing lane, good protection by the offensive line of the Texas Syndicate, but look at that. That was a tight window in between two Toros defenders. That's tough to make that one happen, and good job by the defense to get their offense back out on field.
Toros take over at the 26-yard line with a first down. They're going to try and get something going here at the end of the first quarter, because when they change sides, the Toros will be looking into that notorious sun that we talked about last week. Arndt in the backfield, along with Henry. Nice little pass off to the left side. Let's see if he can worm his way to get back to the line of scrimmage, and he's a little short, and he stays in bounds, so that should keep the clock running, and that will probably take us to the end of the first quarter. But what a challenge so far in this game for the San Antonio Toros defense, and now the offense having to try and answer quickly to see if they can get points on the board before the end of this first quarter.
Well, they're trying to get the points. Yeah, I'll go for it on that. But the big difference is they've got a Texas Syndicate defense that showed up and have really disrupted Will Arndt in the backfield in the passing game and even in the running game.
All right, second down now. Operating, little movement in the front line. Let's see if there's any whistles. Arndt has the ball batted in the air as he's trying to put it up. It will fall to the ground. Another incompletion. We still have time on the field. 5 seconds to go in the first quarter, and there's a flag on top of it all.
You got it. And so this is what is going to absolutely drive Coach Bedwell nuts, is you got a perfect play call. You saw the defense. You had it. Watch this right here. You're going to see this, just a little jump. You called it. You thought we were going to have a defense play, but look at this. He bats it down. Number 99 goes up, and the 99 comes down. That's big, number 99.
That's Cole
for the
Gustafson,
Syndicate. Wow.
6'4", 285 pounds. I saw him during warm-ups. I go, well, that's the guy you don't want to tangle with.
And he's out of UTEP, too. So, he's a Texas guy as well. But as I always say, if you can't get to the quarter, get your big body up there in the passing lane. He batted that one down. Pass broken up.
All right, second down and 7. The ball is marked at the 31-yard line. Arndt still has 5 seconds to work with here at the end of the first quarter. He looks left, tosses it up and over to Henry to see if he can get the first down. He does pick up the first down and then some before he's driven out at the 50-yard line at the end of the first quarter. The San Antonio Toros trying to get that momentum back. It looks like they've got it back here to start the second quarter. 7-3, San Antonio over the Texas Syndicate. This is Toros Football, United Football Media.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
How's it going, guys? I'm Ace, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about WeFunder. So let's answer that first question. What is WeFunder? WeFunder is an investment crowdsourcing platform that allows everyday people to invest in private companies they believe in. Instead of only major investors getting early access, WeFunder gives fans and supporters the chance to get involved too. That means through WeFunder, you're not just cheering us on from the sidelines, but you can become a part of our story. So in simple terms, you're investing to back us now. And once we hit our goals, your safe will turn into stocks, which will then grow in value as the Toros grow in value. These stocks you can hold on to as an owner of the Toros, or you can sell for a profit on WeFunder. This is just a part of the funding that helps us grow the right way. We've already raised more on WeFunder than any other American football team ever has in the company's history. That tells us one thing very clearly. People believe in what we're building in San Antonio. So what do you think? Are you ready to join the Stampede?
Welcome, everyone, to Toro Talk, the official podcast of your San Antonio Toros.
They couldn't throw the ball. They couldn't run the ball. It all started up front. We just completely dominated.
We are back. Toros in action here after picking up the first down at midfield. Pass is dumped off by Art. He's got room to run. That is Lejean. Lejean cutting back to the inside and then going to the outside to get down perhaps inside the 20 before he is shoved out of bounds. A little extracurricular activity between the Texas Syndicate and the Toros there at the end. But give credit to Jalen Jackson, who was able to pick up the first down off that little dump pass by Arndt. He was able to use his speed out of Iowa State to get to the 50-yard line, and now the Toros are in action to start the second quarter.
Great crossing route by the Toros, and again, if you're going to throw it into the sun, do a crossing route right there where quarterback can actually look and put his eyes down a little bit instead of all the way down the field. That was a great play call, great execution, even better, first down Toro.
They mark it just outside the 20 at the 21-yard line now. Jackson in the backfield. There's Arndt. That's his... threads the needle trying to find Oscar Cardenas, the star tight end out of UTSA, and luckily that did not result in a turnover.
Watch number 18, Will Arndt. I don't think he saw him. He dropped himself right into the passing lane. Watch this. It's almost a pick right there. Trying to find 84 Cardenas, as you mentioned. Not a bad play option, not a bad player to go for. Oscar Cardenas knows how to catch balls. That was great defense by the Syndicate.
All right, second down to the 21. They'll make their subs. Henry will come in. Jackson's also going to stay in. Arndt's in, so we have two backs in the backfield now for Arndt. One of them could easily be a receiver coming out of the backfield. They got a slot left as well with Lejean. Here's Arndt. There's a whistle as this ball is snapped, and we'll see if it's a delay of game. Nope, illegal procedure go against the Toros, so that'll back them up 5 yards, and that will drive head coach Stan Bedwell crazy today.
Yeah, it's as if not having a play clock, at least visually available, is hard enough. But, the hard part, once you get these false starts going, man, you get that monkey on your back. That's tough to get that one off. And, yeah, as you had mentioned, Coach Bedwell, he is a stickler for staying mentally in this game, and those kinds of mental errors right there are not going to do well.
So that backs them up to the 26-yard line, so it'll be second down and 15 instead of 10. But they'll keep the same personnel in. Henry and Jackson in the backfield along with Art. Gives him some options coming out of there. Here's the snap. He's going to look. He's got a man open on the right side, but he's going to turn and run with the football. Arndt with the keeper inside the 20 and uses his shoulder to pick up some extra more yardage before he's knocked out of bounds. And then a little exchange afterwards, too.
They're still going at it. And I harken back to the last time these two teams played. In the first quarter, they had a little chippiness right here. But look at Arndt keeping his eyes down the field. And once he decides to tuck that thing and go, he does. That was a great job. Good tackle out of bounds. That was clean, even though the helmet came off. A little jaw jacking. I dig it. But, man, I like Will Arndt. When he doesn't see what he likes down the field, he's got the legs and in the moves to get to the outside and pick up yards.
Rarely do you see a quarterback lower his throwing shoulder into a defender, but he did that time. So still third down, though. Third and only about 6. Arndt rolls right. He's got a man making the move, and it just doesn't get to his arms, just a little bit on the outstretched arms of number 9. That's Keelan Harris.
Yeah, trying to find Keelan Harris, and that's a timing route, Greg, right there. He's got that ball in the air before Keelan Harris is even coming out of his break. And I like that because that gets the wide receiver away from that sun. He's looking back, and now he's got to find the ball in the air. It was just a little off on that. That would have been a great first down pickup there for the Toros. Missed opportunity, but they're going to try for points. And they got the backup quarterback, Nate Hayden, coming in as the placeholder.
Good to see him back in action this week. He was inactive last week. The ball is marked at the 25, so this will be a 35-yard attempt for their star kicker, Kenneth Almendares. Trying to put 3 points on the board and get going here. Good snap, good hold, good kick, and it is...
That's good.
So the Toros were able to have 3 points on that drive and extend their lead by a score of 10-3 with 13:15 to play in the second quarter. This is San Antonio Toros football and United Football Media. The best high school football coverage can only be found on Texas Sports Productions, on the app, streaming, and on TV. Your favorite high school sports only on Texas Sports Productions, each and every week for free.
San Antonio. It's time to light up the night with Bangers Fireworks. From backyard fun to sky-filling finales, Bangers has the biggest selection at the best prices. We're proud partners of the San Antonio Toros. Visit us at any of these 4 locations. Bangers Fireworks. Best fireworks at the best prices.
Welcome back to Wheatley Heights Stadium here on the east side of San Antonio, Texas. Jerry Glanville, the legendary coach of the Houston Oilers back in the 80s and later the 90s with the Atlanta Falcons, only 84 years young, and discussing what they can do to make adjustments here because this is a lot closer game, and they've given up their first points ever on a 27-yard field goal that was close to the end of that first quarter. That's the only points this defense has given up this season. So Amenderos will deliver the kick, and it goes back towards the end zone. There is a flag already that has been thrown on the play, but they're going to bring it out anyway, and it gets swallowed up at the 25-yard line. But there was a flag before the ball even hit the kick returner.
Yeah, that was in the air, almost like when the ball was. So I don't know, is that – well, we're about to find out here. I don't know what they're going to call off. I've never seen it.
Illegal procedure. And let's see, it'll go against –
wow.
The Texas Syndicate. They were the receiving team that time. That was DeJuan Bell back there trying to make something of that. So they'll be penalized. Like I said, before he even made the catch on the kick, the flag was in the air.
And this defense for the Toros, I mean, they struck. I mean, obviously they have done great in the last 3 games with blanks like this. But now it's a defense that they're back on their heels a little bit, Greg. They got the Syndicate that's breathing right down their neck, and they kind of got their numbers to the outside, to the inside. I'm really liking what this quarterback has really done stepping in. It's William King III.
Well,
he is really managing the offense.
Good point, Ken. They have something to prove now. They're faced with a first down against them at the 18-yard line. They'll go with a handoff, and that's his star running back, Trey Sanders. And Sanders is stopped just as he gets past the original line of scrimmage.
Yeah, you got 21. That's Lamaja Hearns. That's a 5'10", 170 defensive back coming up playing in the running game. I love to see defensive backs that can square up their shoulders and get in that defensive or offensive backfield and stop that running play. I like that a lot. But watch out. That Syndicate running backs and as far as the quarterback right there, managing this game very well, and they're picking up at least good blocking up front. But that right there is the Toros defense we've been waiting to see.
2nd and 9, and they could be baiting you on these plays, getting you to react to the run and lay up a pass, deep pass here. King has been able to do that so far. In the backfield with him now is besides number 12 is Sanders in the backfield. He'll roll to his right, finds him. No, he does not get to great defense out in the flats just past the 30-yard line. That was number 27 of the San Antonio Toros coming in there. That was Matthew Littlejohn coming in from his defensive back position at free safety.
That'll be a holding call on the Syndicate, so they're backing up even further off of that. But we've called Littlejohn twice here tonight. Matthew Gillen, 5'11", 195. He's 27 at the bottom of your screen, just right outside your screen right now. But he turned and closed in. Quarterback got chased off of that, but I do think they got number 9 for the Syndicate on the flag right there. But great job by Littlejohn on breaking up that pass.
Yeah, that'll mark off another 10 yards in the process. So instead of 2nd and 9, it's going to be 2nd and 19. That's a little difference. That gives a little breathing room for that Toros defense who's been challenged here early on.
Well, and it's one thing, Greg, you know, when you're up against a good offense and that chess match between the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, I get it. But, you know, it's these penalties that kill you. I mean, once you get that momentum going and then you get killed with a penalty like that, I think that's what the Syndicate are suffering right now, and the Toros are taking advantage of it.
And it's interesting, of all the games we've done already this season, it hasn't been that many, but this has been the most penalties we've seen in the first half, clearly.
Yeah, a lot.
And you would think this late in the season you wouldn't see as many. But the ball's backed up to the 9-yard line again. Still 2nd down, but they have a lot more real estate they have to cover again. King in the backfield. So is Sanders, his star running back. He has a slot to the right and left. He's looking to his right, but changes to his left. He's got a man open. Let's see, does he make the catch? It looks like he's out of bounds. There's no indication, but nope, the catch is not good. So changes to 3rd down now. Third down and 19.
Trying to find Howard, wide receiver on the top side right there. He dove for it. Great job, athleticism, just trying to get down on the ball off of that. But you can see that side judge right there said he did not have control of the ball, did not get the possession. This is a huge down right here for the Toros.
Yeah, this has been their biggest challenge in this first quarter, but this would be a stand they want to take away from and hold them from any more damage. Third down. Back to their own 9-yard line. King again looks to his left, and there is nobody there. The intended receiver was reading the play to go inside. Instead, the ball went outside and falls incomplete, so they'll be forced to punt on 4th down.
Yeah, trying to find number 8, Marcellus Johnson, out there on the top side. Just another miscommunication between King and now Johnson. 6'5", 200-pound receiver coming out of Southeastern Louisiana University. Yeah, just a miscommunication, missed opportunity for the Syndicate. This is 4th down.
Yep, Chris Carpenter will be back out of UTSA to receive the punt. The punter is, by the way, his first attempt tonight, Owen Minster, number 85.
You can see Chris Carpenter. He's looking right into the sun. You see him right there, folks? He's looking right at it. He's going to try to track and find this ball right in that setting sun.
All right, they look like they're showing pressure, and now there's a flag before they get in, but the Toros were showing a lot of pressure that time. Illegal procedure. Let's see who goes against. The Toros, nope, it's going to go against the Syndicate, so it's going to back them up halfway to the goal.
Well, there you got 54, Wesley Steiner getting in on that one. I like that. They're putting pressure up there on the line, trying to create those penalty opportunities right there by putting pressure on that offensive line, doing a little jump, a little flinch like that. Now you got the Syndicate punter with his heels on the outside the end zone. Look at his heels.
Tight fit. Here comes the pressure. They get the kickoff, but it's going to be short. Coming up to make the reception is Carpenter. He spins away from a would-be tackler. Still he stays on his feet, gets down to the 25-yard line before he's brought down. But that was all pressure on the special teams to force that kick quickly. Didn't get a lot of loft on it in the process. Didn't get a lot of distance. And so now the Toros are set up nicely here.
Well, then when you see once Chris Carpenter can locate the ball, get the ball, spin move there, a little trip up there, kept his feet going like that, got the extra yards. Chris Carpenter put the Toros in a great field position here. 11:51 left in the second quarter. Plenty of time. Don't hit the panic button at all at this point when you got Will Arndt coming out as your quarterback.
Only a 31-yard punt and a 10-yard return for Carpenter, but that's enough to put a first down and 10 at the 25-yard line for the Toros. Arndt fakes the pass, hands it off to Henry, who goes right up the middle. He's got the speed to do it, and he's knocked into the end zone for the touchdown.
Wow, that all started with Henry out of the backfield. Little delay hand right here. Look at them rowing themselves to another touchdown led by number 2, Andrew Henry, that 5'10", 200-pound back. I like to see him run. 150 total rushing yards coming into the game, 10 yards per game. He's probably he is up there in our rushing leaderboard as the leader for the Toros, and you can see why. And that extra effort pushed him over, and that's a 6 points for the Toros.
They'll set up for the extra point attempt, but the momentum has clearly shifted to San Antonio Toros. And just like what happened to start the first quarter with the 49-yard pass to Chris Carpenter, now Henry just makes him pay with a quick 25-yard scant right up into the end zone. And now Kenneth Almendarez. The snap is high. They fumble the snap. Almendarez tries to pick it up. He does. Can he get back? And no, he is to be brought down. There are no flags, so that extra point will be no good. It was off the bad snap. It was too high. Couldn't bring it down in time. So we'll have to settle for just 6 points in that play. But still, it's a momentum-changing moment for the San Antonio Toros. You're watching San Antonio Toros football, United Football Media.
And Greg, you said it. It was perfect in the fact that you've got the Toros that have got the momentum. They're getting that moxie back. They're getting that cockiness that you want to see on defense. And then the offense comes in, and that's where the Toros can really make you pay. Look at Henry just slicing and dicing through 3, 4, 5 receivers and then being able to spin his way into the end zone. That is a special running back in the backfield for the Toros.
Well, and again, this is clearly a momentum changer for the Toros, who were frustrated with the fact they were allowing a 14-play drive, remember, before to result in a field goal. They were able to turn away on this second attempt, so they didn't cut it to 1 point. So now they've expanded their lead to 13 points off the 25-yard run by Henry. So again, the offense having to answer the challenge of the defense, who was also having to answer to early on.
And this might be the swing that we were talking about that the Toros needed. They needed something positive, something strong. And their defense been struggling a little bit. Offense definitely struggling a little bit, only hanging 16 points so far. And then with that touchdown right there. But, yeah, this is what the Toros were needing. They need to get that momentum back.
P.J. Howard is the guy with the kick return, and he's able to get it back up to the 20-yard line. The Syndicate trying just about anything. They're adjusting their kick returners, their punt returners. They're trying to get some life going here on their offense because so far the Toros defense has really taken a lot of their momentum away from them. Even though I've been very impressed with this backup quarterback in William King, who's stepping in for the injured Jeremy Hurt, who had started most of the season for the Texas Syndicate. But I think King has done an excellent job out of Lincoln trying to guide them, help them out here in this point, because when King comes in here 13 to 22 for 139 yards and just one touchdown, he is not playing like that today.
No, not today at all. I mean, when you got receivers like Marcellus Johnson, you got a running back Trey Sanders. Hey, use those weapons and get after it.
King in the backfield, he'll go for the handoff. This is his backup running back, Raekwon Smith. Smith trying to turn the corner. He does pick up some yardage, but brought down quickly
by number 18, Obi Melifonwu. 6'4", 224. What we don't have is how fast he's. Look at him. Chases down the running back from behind. Grab whatever you can. I don't care if it's jersey, hair, socks, shoes, whatever. Grab whatever you can. Get him down. Great job by number 18 for the Toros for a little bit of a game by the Syndicate. But that was a good defense by the Toros.
Only 3, and he came from his strong safety position to make that happen. So now he'll go again. King out of the shotgun. Fakes the handoff. Goes out to the flats, and he's not going to get much yardage on that because the defense swarms to the intended receiver, who was number 5 coming out, and that was Quintavious Workman.
Yeah, and you got, Durand Hill coming in. Coming into the game, he had 7 solos, 8 assisted tackles for a total of 15. There's another one right there for him, number 25, 6', 210, and he's got some speed and some hands. He'll track you down and get out there in the passing game, and I like to see that.
3rd and 5. Let's see as this Toros defense can hold, as the clock is ticking with 10:25 to play in the first half. 16-3 Toros after the missed extra point attempt.
Big down here for the Syndicate.
King looking. Oh, he's got too much pressure, and he goes down on the sack. King was looking to his right, and here comes big number 93, Javier Edwards, in to swallow him up.
6'2", 360. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be hit by that guy at all. But I tell you, for Javier Edwards to chase him down, watch this, folks. This is 93. It's going to come from almost the middle of your screen right here. Quarterback's going to step up. 93 spins off of his blocker and seals the deal right there. That is the Toros defense we've been looking to resurrect here in this game.
Yeah, it brings up the 4th down, so they'll have to punt the ball away. That is only his first solo sack of the season. He had a credit for a half a sack coming into this game. That goes all to him. Kick is up. Looks like it came off the inside of his foot, so it's a little short. Takes a bounce for the Texas Syndicate, and another big roll as well. It gets all the way down to the 37-yard line, and that's making chicken salad out of you-know-what.
And for that right there, I'm not even going to touch that one. But, all right, so you got the Toros defense that's kind of getting that momentum going again for them, and I like to see that. Now it's the offense. So, they're up 16-3. I get it. You're facing the sun again. But, hey, let's get back to those. I want to go back to the fact, as you see this play right here. This was the outside play. Great speed to the outside by number 18, getting to the outside. I love to see that. But for this offense, what I like to see them is get involved and get that ball spread around. Just last game, they had 8 receivers that they targeted. 8 in a single game. That's spreading the ball around. I think they need to get back to that. Keep that Syndicate defense guessing where Will Arndt is looking to throw.
Well, and now when you're struggling a little bit on offense, it becomes possession football. Both times you maintain the possession of the football, obviously you keep it out of their hands and keep them from scoring, and I think that's what the Toros are doing now. From the 37-yard line on first down, Arndt looking over the middle. He's got a man! Cam Ackles again! Ackles getting down, breaks away from the tackle, and gets all the way down, maybe inside the 20 before he's run out of bounds, and now we have a confrontation again with Lejean downfield.
We do, and I tell you, these wide receivers here, and the Toros took full advantage of the fact they saw zone over the middle of the Syndicate. Will Arndt recognized that, realized he had a crossing route that was going to destroy that zone by number 11 running a perfect route. Cam Ackles, again, that 6', 190 wide receiver. He showed his speed, and he showed that he can recognize a zone, get himself in the open space, base, that's easy pitch and catch stuff right there for Will Arndt.
Gets all the way down to the 21-yard line. First and 10 for the Toros, who are now got that momentum swing big time. In the backfield is both Jackson and Henry now, so he has two good options. He'll go with Jalen Jackson. He goes to the right side, nothing there. He finds a hole up the middle. He picks up the extra yards and first down. He's still getting pushed and dropped just outside the 5. That's the speed of young Jalen Jackson, just 5'7", 180 pounds, but what a little speedster.
And watch him be able to change direction. He saw daylight going left. He's going right, going right, going right. Oh, let me go back left, and then he's got the speed to match it. Man, that is an impressive running back that they just signed, folks. Let me remind you, he's new to the team coming out of Ohio State, and he's really producing for the Toros.
They got him at the 10-yard line now, first and goal for the Toros. Again, playing right into that sun, but so far, if you're going to hand the ball off, you don't have to worry about it. Arndt again will be looking to pass the ball. Timing pattern into the corner. He's got a man, but the defender is there to bat it away. That was Oscar Cardenas, a big tight end. And you have a man down in the process, the defender that's trying to stop Cardenas from catching that ball. So it'll be an official timeout to attend to him.
Official timeout.
He came down hard on his side, so I'm hoping he just got the wind knocked out of him.
And I think so. And I think Cardenas landed on him. And, hey, Cardenas is not a small dude to be landing on you.
If he landed on you at 6'4", 265, you're definitely going to have the wind knocked out of you.
You're going to have your ribs kind of compressed off of that. But I saw Cardenas sitting right there in the slot, and they've really been kind of challenging the syndicate of, hey, we're going to put Cardenas out on the slot. We know you got to put a linebacker or a safety over on him because he can catch the ball and he's a threat. That time it was perfect. He was going to be man-to-man on that backside deep safety. He just did a little corner route. Beautiful pitch and catch right there, but that was even better defense by the syndicate to block it down.
And they're still attending to him off to the side in the end zone. So there's an official timeout. We'll keep it right here to see if the Toros are able to score on this possession. 7.5 to play in the first half. It's been an interesting game going back and forth because, as we told you earlier, the Toros have not been scored on this season. In fact, the team that gave them their toughest game of the season was in week 1 of the regular season. That was the Syndicate that they defeated by a score of just 24-0. In fact, the Toros didn't score at all in that second half. And here they give up their first points of the season on a field goal, a 27-yard field goal with 5:15 to play in that first quarter. That's the only points they've given up. And since that time, you've seen a swing of momentum because, again, the Syndicate had an opportunity to close that within 1, made it 7-6. Take a look at some of the early stats here. Will Arndt with 8-11, 156 yards and a touchdown. Cam Echols, 2 receptions, already 64 yards. And Chris Carpenter with 2 receptions, 67 yards, and a TD to boot.
Yeah, and then this defense that you're seeing right there, having that offense production that they're doing, impressive. And then the defensive stamp, this is the Toros that we were anticipating to see right out from the gate. The blitzing defense, the mixing up your coverage, disrupting the wide receivers as they come off their breaks, etc. That's the Toros defense, and this is what put this offense in this position to potentially score again. You
were right about them putting a linebacker on Cardenas. That was Stacy Brown, who's just gotten up just now out of Prairie View A&M. He's being helped off the field, but here come the Toros. It's second down, again, and goal for Will Arndt. Let's see if he goes to the air one more time. Looking left again. He's got a man out of the backfield, gets popped good. That was Henry, who just as he got to the ball, got popped by the defender. And that was number 6 who came in there with the nice hit to kind of jar the ball loose to make sure there was no ability to make the reception. That was Ivan Mertulus.
Yeah, he almost got himself a pick right there. It was a jump ball 50-50 in between him and the run of Henry coming out of the backfield like that. That was a good defense stand right there for the Syndicate, forcing this third down.
He's their strong safety who came up there to defend on that play and did a very good job. It was just kind of a little lob pass to see if they could get something to Henry. Henry in the backfield with Arndt. Arndt changes the count just a second, and he's going to call a timeout. He didn't like what he saw, so call a timeout with 7:30 to play in the first half.
And Arndt was smart enough to realize, all right, hey, let me go up, maybe get him to jump off sides. Let's get those free yards. Those, what some people call them cheap yards. I just call them free yards because, hey, any yard's good. But then he saw that he couldn't do that, so he smartly calls that timeout here with 7:31 left. You still got the lead, 16-3.
So you take a look at this home game here tonight, and then next week, the Toros will be on the road when they travel to Tall City, actually Midland, Texas to be exact, take on the Black Gold. That will be on Sunday June the 28th. That's a 7 p.m. start, not that far away. Remember when the Tall City came in here, they told me they traveled to San Antonio on day of the game, played the game, and then after the game was over, traveled back to Midland.
All the way back to Midland. That's some long traveling right there.
It's a long day on the field and in a bus. So let's see what we got here. Back to third down. The ball at the 10-yard line. 3rd and goal. Arndt again after the timeout. Didn't like what he saw the last time, so took a little time to talk about it. Looking left the whole way. Got a man in the end zone, batted away. He was looking for Lejean that time, and Trevante Gilmore came over from his free safety position and knocked the ball away.
Yeah, Gil, this 6'1", 190 out of McPherson University. Look at this. You want to watch how a cornerback plays against an open wide receiver trying to do a quick slant. Will Arndt sees the quick slant. Look at this. Right over the inside shoulder. Good defense. Good pass breakup. No touchdown. That was a great defense by the Syndicate.
So Kenneth Almendares will come in and try another field goal tonight. The ball is marked. Let's see where they place it. Looks like about the 17-yard line.
Yeah, right there.
So it would be another 27-yard attempt for Almendares. Snap is a little low, but he gets the ball away in time, and the kick is good. So 3 more points added on to the tally for the San Antonio Toros to make it 19-3. Just over 7.5 minutes to play in the first half. This is San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media.
It's so easy to love Pick and Pull. Why? How about the largest inventory in South Texas? How about the ease of finding your part with our interchange and real-time inventory search at pickandpullsa.com? How about an organized yard and maps to find your parts, plus a shuttle? At Pick and Pull, we make it easy to save money on the quality used auto parts you need at a price you can afford.
More to pick, less pull from your budget. Now that's Pick and Pull.
Welcome back to the setting sun on a Saturday evening in San Antonio. Wheatley High Stadium, where the Toros have taken a 19-3 lead over the Texas Syndicate of a 27-yard field goal by Kenneth Almendares, who's going to perform the kickoff here with just 7 and 23 seconds left to play in the first half.
Got a great crowd here for the Toros as well. Probably the largest crowd we've seen so far. Toros' notorious name is getting out there, and it's getting really, really exciting around the San Antonio area, and now they're here.
Once again, they bring in E.J. Howard as the kick returner. Bring it up, has some room. Oh, he is met solid on the special teams. He looked like he was going to try to cut to the near side, and his indecision cost him big time.
I think that was number 26, Justice Clemens, 5'10", 200. Watch this guy
It sure was. It sure was.
Right there. Came right in your living room, wrapped up, single tackle. That's what you love to see on special teams. But we do have a flag on the field. Again, second time we've seen that. Literally, when the ball was kicked, the flag's in the air, and we'll have to do some research on that for y'all at home and figure out what's going on. But that's 2 times against the Syndicate on a kickoff by the Toros.
Usually that's some type of a legal procedure on the kicking, or I should say the receiving team, in this case being the Texas Syndicate. So that's going to back him up.
Yep.
As you see him stepping it off now, it's a 5-yard penalty. So the ball was going to be marked at the 20 coming out of that. Instead, it's going to be pushed back to the 15-yard line for the Texas Syndicate to try and get something on the board. They've been shut out of the end zone so far in this game by this Toro defense. Let's see if that continues here in the final 7 minutes of this first half. Here's King. In the backfield, and that's a tackle for a loss big time. Never even got once the handoff was made, couldn't even get one step before he was brought down.
I think that was number 91 for the Toros. That's Thomas Abraham, 6'3", 255. How about you go introduce yourself to that running back solo right there. Beat the block against number 21 in the backfield. I think that's Robinson for the Syndicate. Absolute great defensive play there by the Toros.
Yeah, he just smothered him. As soon as the handoff was made, he was in the backfield about the same time the handoff was made.
And you
in
like
fact,
to see that.
I thought for a minute he might take in the handoff and taking it into the end zone.
Well, we saw that last week, too, where it was a jump ball 50-50, and the DB was able to strip that thing. He was our player of the game last week.
Loss of 5 in the play. Second down and 15 for King. Looking left. Got a man, makes the reception, and immediately taken out after getting some good yardage in the process. That is E.J. Howard, who we saw as a kick returner just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I like to see, he's a 5'11", 195 wide receiver, which really yards after catch. Great pass here by the quarterback King to the outside. Put a lot of mustard on that one. Caught the ball, but then look at that. Spin out, stays in bounds, and then finally out of bounds. I like that. That's the yards after catch, folks. And right now the Syndicate are really running the show when it comes to yards after catch.
Yeah, they mark it at the 24, so that's enough for a first down. They take a look. No, check that. Still hold it at a third down, 3rd and 1.
Call it a yard, yeah.
Yeah, I think they were looking at each other on the timeout part because the chains hadn't moved. So they'll have a 3rd and 1. See if the Toros can stop them from picking up the first down.
Toros showing a lot of pressure right there on that defensive line. Look how many hands are in the dirt.
Stack the box. 8 players in the box. The handoff goes to Sanders, but wait, there's a whistle before that can happen and a flag. And a legal procedure will be against the Texas Syndicate.
And they're just shooting themselves in the foot, Greg. You hate to see that. They had a good play call right here, even though the Toros are bringing everything but the kitchen sink. Yep, right there, a little false start, and that's going to bring you backwards. Bad play.
That's the intimidation of the Toro defense. When you stack 8 players in the box, somebody's going to move, and that's exactly what happened. That's the 10th penalty for 55.
Yeah.
Wow. 10 penalties for 55 yards against the Syndicate already. That's more penalties we've had an entire game for the Toros.
Yeah.
Still 3rd down. Now at the 19-yard line. King coming out, looking past all the way to the near sidelines, way overthrown in the process. Just put too much mustard on that one, trying to get something to happen. So that'll force a 4th down and the punt.
Yeah, Zaytik McGee, you'll see him, number 4, 5'11", 190 defensive back. He's going to come across. Good timing by the quarterback. Waited, then lofted the ball up to where really only his wide receiver could get it. But look at that, right? That's a battle right there between wide receiver and DB going for the ball.
Owen Munster, the punter, counting his players out to make sure they don't get any legal substitutions or too many men on the field. Chris Carpenter is back deep to field this for the Toros, and he is standing at his own 41-yard line with 5:20 to play in the first half. A little closer ball game than Toro fans and the Toros themselves would like, but nonetheless, a very entertaining ball game so far.
Well, and it's a Syndicate that came out hot. Obviously, the Toros were hot with their first score, then Syndicate with theirs, and now it's just a battle back and forth here.
We got to see the kicker went down on that play. I don't see any flags. Carpenter has the catch. He's trying to make something happen, weaving in and out. He gets down to the 46-yard line, so he's crossed the 50. But the punter did get nailed pretty good, but somebody must have got a piece of the ball because there's no flag.
No flag. But that'll get the Toros in good field position here. You got 5 minutes left. Offense is going to be back out on the field. Chris Carpenter getting them back across midfield here to start the Toros' offensive drive.
Somebody must have got a finger on the ball because the punt only went 18 yards. And
it came way up.
And you could see how Carpenter had to step way up to make the catch. But it's interesting enough that no flag was thrown, so somebody had to get a finger on that ball.
All right, so you got Will Arndt and the offense coming back out on the field.
They'd like to get in that end zone one more time before halftime.
All right, watch number 12. He's down here at the bottom of your screen, folks. That's Jalen Jackson. We've seen him in the backfield. Now we're seeing him as a wide receiver.
Let's see if he looks left. He's looking right, goes over the middle, overthrows his intended receiver, which is Cam Eccles. So they'll reset here for 2nd down. But you're right. Yep. They're using Jackson maybe as a little bit of a decoy that time. Getting him out of the backfield, getting him into the wide receiver position, way on this sideline. Arndt never looked this way at all.
No, not at all. But you're right, Greg. I think you're setting up for the fact, hey, they want to rotate a cornerback, dedicate a cornerback, maybe even get a safety to cheat over when you get a guy like that where they haven't seen out at a wide receiver position.
At the 46, 2nd down and 10. See how they stack up this. They have a slot, double slot to the right. Arndt now looking quick left. Got a man. That is Lejean who makes the reception. Is he good enough for the first down, though? He's pretty close.
Well, and he took advantage of Gilmore.
Yep. He got it. He got the
first down, and Gilmore slipped on the defensive play right here. You see at the bottom of your screen. He's just out of your screen at this. He's number 1, but he slips as soon as Luzon cut into his break. That's why you see that massive separation between the defensive back and the wide receiver.
Down to the 31-yard line with just over 4.5 minutes to play. 19-3 lead for the Toros here in the second quarter. This time on the keeper, coming around to the left side is Will Arndt. Arndt tight ropes his way down to pick up perhaps another first down. He's got close to it.
We're going to get a flag back here after a great run by Arndt. Look at that little quarterback read off of that. He pulled it down himself, gets himself out of bounds, but I think there's some extracurricular activity that happened at the tail end of that play. And the refs aren't going to put up with that. I think that was on number 62 for the Toros. If I'm accurate, that's going to be Noah McKinney.
Well, he's getting the lecture right now from referee Jim Van Geffen of what they're going to tolerate and not tolerate. And you can see the flag right there at about the 26-yard line on sportsmanlike conduct against both teams. So it's offsetting penalties. So the Toros dodge a 15-yard penalty, so offsetting, so they'll just replay the down.
And if I saw that correctly, the Syndicate defenseman had an offensive lineman pinned to the ground. I think he was just like doing some extra blocking on the ground, I guess, if is what you're going to call that. And I don't think 62 liked that, so he came over and helped out his fellow player there, but is an offsetting.
Why?
Well, no, it's not offsetting.
No,
they're
apparently.
The ball.
Oh, well, maybe
dead ball.
Dead ball foul.
Dead ball foul. That's
dead ball foul. So that'll be a first down. They move the ball down to the 16-yard line after the dead ball fouls charged against the Texas Syndicate.
All right, they'll get the play in here eventually, but yeah, they got a fresh set of downs here and then scoring position.
Clock is winding down to 4 minutes now. Arndt looking to his left, immediately whips it out there. Got the man he wanted to find. That's Jalen Jackson, who's upended at the 5-yard line. Check that. Lejean was the man with the ball, number 15.
Well, we saw Lejean in the first game, and he had 4 touchdowns by himself. He's been kind of on the cool streak here. They haven't really targeted him too much in the last 2 games, but, hey, they found him a couple times here tonight so far, and he's really come up big for the Toros.
He's got that speed after making the catch, which is what you like to see. The same goes for Jalen Jackson.
Yeah.
Once he makes the catch, he has a tendency to turn the yards after the catch.
He's a big body receiver out there. I like to see that, and that's easy for a quarterback to find him in traffic.
Mark it at the, looks like the 6-yard line. They have less than a yard to pick up the first down if they want to. They'll go with a handoff. That is Jackson, who gets hogtied as he tries to get across that line of scrimmage, and I don't think he's made enough for the first down, so this would be a third down and a long one, if not 2.
Gobbled up by number 91, Johnson. You see him just get right on him and didn't let him go. It's almost like wrestling a steer in the backfield back there, and this time he was wrestling a Toro, so I guess that's about the same thing, but good defensive stand there by the Syndicate.
They bring in their big lineup. They got Cardenas to the right as a tight end, but he's not playing tight to the line, so he's kind of as a slot receiver. They got Cam Echols on the right side, along with Wayne Ruby. And fakes the pass. Oh, he's gobbled up. Arndt tried to make something happen, and big number 91, Emmanuel Johnson, just drops on him as he crosses the line of scrimmage.
2 back-to-back plays by number 91 Johnson, as you were just talking about. And Arndt really didn't have anywhere to go. He was trying to get to the left side, looked right, and he was going to be a quarterback draw. Except number 91 was sitting right there waiting for him, and Arndt did the smart thing. Hey, get down, try to save your body.
They're looking for points or not. So Arndt's coming over. He hasn't come out of the game yet. The discussion is going on the sideline with Bedwell. Do they take a timeout? And that's exactly what's going to happen. The 2-minute warning just happened.
Yep.
So we have 2 minutes remaining in the first half. San Antonio Toros right now are leading 16-3. Or check that. They are leading 19 16-yard line, so this would be a 26-yard attempt. Sun is now set, so it's not a factor. Snap is good. The kick is down. It is up, and it is good as well. So the Toros are just kind of chipping away using the leg of Kenneth Almendarez right now with 1:57 to play to take a 22-3 lead off the 26-yard field goal that time.
3 field goals by Almendarez certainly makes me perk up a little bit when you see a kicker who's been so reliable like that coming into the game. I like the fact that, not only is he a big guy, but he guy you can rely on. He's made 3 of 6 coming into the game. 44 was his long. 18 to 21 extra points. He's a solid kicker, and that really bodes well for the Toros and their kicking staff. When you get into trouble like that, you can bring in a kicker and he can still get you points.
That's the one thing I was impressed with by Kenneth early on, is because you had somebody you could rely on when the offense is just not clicking for whatever reason, or you're up against a defense that just keeps you out of the end zone for whatever reason. In this case, you can rely on his leg to actually keep building the points little by little. At some point, obviously, you want to get back into the end zone, and at some point, you want to keep the Texas Syndicate from adding any more points on to the already first 3 points ever scored against the Toros this season.
And as you saw at the tail end of that the replay video right there, he had probably another 20, 25 yards on that field goal. He's got a leg, folks.
That reminds me of last week's Rouge that we couldn't tell from up here if the field goal was good, but whether or not it was good, it was still sailing a long ways away, which led to the 1 point instead of the 3.
Yeah. And that, in my opinion, I think that's what makes your offense special. When you're not really clicking that, you can rely on a guy like that to at least get you some points and not walk away with nothing.
All right, here comes Almendarez, puts his leg into it. E.J. Howard has got it at his own end zone, and he's going to bring it out. He's going to try and go right up the middle in the process, cuts back to the inside, but good special teams work. They keep him from going even past the 20-yard line, and that's where the Syndicate will take over inside of the 20 with their next possession.
Sorry about that. Linebacker number 17, Isaiah Brooks. You'll see him come right here off the right side. Watch him just kind of close this down. The 17 does his job right there. Takes him down one-on-one. I like that. I like to see defensive guys on special teams because they know how to hit and take guys down. Isaiah Brooks has been doing it all game.
They're going to walk the ball right at the 20-yard line. So that's where the Syndicate will take over. King in the backfield, along with his backup running back, Raquan Smith. They've had a little more success with Sanders back there, but they're running the slot as well. The handoff will go right to Smith, and Smith is met before he can even get near the line of scrimmage by big Javier Edwards and a host of his teammates.
Jackson Crevens getting in that as well, but yeah, it's a combo. Number 90 Crevens, number 93 Edwards. Watch this. That's 2 big defensive linemen that are coming right at you in that running game, and when you got nowhere to go and then you got big guys wrapping you up like that, best thing you can do is just tuck that ball, try to keep your legs going, stay safe.
Loss of 3 on the play, but King comes out firing the process and looks like he's able to pick up the first down. He loves going to that quick slant in pattern. That time was number 2 in the process. Nana Asante. They're using him now as a wide receiver, and Asante does a very good job of picking up the first down. So they've gone to the hurry-up offense. They're now at the 40-yard line on 1st and 10. Shovel pass goes to the outside, and he's met with some couple of defenders, but at the same time, they're going to the hurry-up offense. He's able to pick up 6 yards.
Yeah, Dorsey, number 7, coming out of Southern Baptist University. Just a quick little pass out to him. I like that. They're trying to go fast here at 43 seconds left.
2nd and 4. The ball's now at the 46-yard line. King again trying to get some momentum changing. The first attempt to go off tackle was no good, and here comes Smith trying to turn to the outside. He does. He picks up the first down. And does he get out of bounds? He does. To stop the clock at the 28.
Yeah, great job of that running back. As you had mentioned, he is a guy that has really stepped into this position, Raquan Smith. He's a backup to Trey Sanders, and he is a great running back over there for the Syndicate. Filling in for them off of that, I like that. But Thomas Abraham, he's been on that defense, number 91. You see him at the bottom of your screen, the defensive line on your screen there. He has been a disruptive force on the left side right here.
Inside Toros territory at the 47-yard line. King this time settling down a little bit. Looking to pass the ball, slips down and goes down, and just to make sure he's down on the ground to stay is Ibrahim.
We just talked about 91 being a absolute disruptor on that defensive line for the Toros. This time helped by the fact that the quarterback, King, slipped a little bit, but then he wrapped it up right here. Look, King was looking deep. He just lost his footing off of that and went down. That's a missed opportunity here, and they're way behind the sticks.
Yeah, to go down as a sack in the process. Looking across the middle, he does have a man trying to get back to the original line of scrimmage. Does make the catch. There is a flag on the play as well. as number 7 comes in, Jaquan Dorsey, to make the reception.
Yeah, we had talked about Dorsey earlier, 6'3", 215, kind of big body wide receiver. I like that, but that's going to do it for the first half here for the Toros.
So let's tell you what the penalty is to see if they can close the first half on a defensive pentelly, and they cannot. So
they're bringing it back out. Yeah, look at this.
If this is a defensive penalty, they have to keep it here. Let's see what referee Jim Denton says. It is face mask against the defense of the Toros, so there's going to be one more play. Everybody's going to have to come back onto the field with no time on the clock because you cannot end on a defensive penalty.
Yeah, you can see it. I mean, the Toros' offensive line, they were almost halfway to the field house already. They thought this game, or at least the first half, was over. They were already down there. They had to get called back because of the penalty.
The Syndicate will get one more play before the end of this first half to see if they can get on the board by a miracle, nothing less, given what the defense given up. And now,
don't forget, they're going to get the ball at second half.
That's true.
So they're going to come out of halftime. They're going. So they don't have to take a big gamble here unless they want to. But with 0-0-0 on the clock, might as well just throw the two words I love to hear: Hail Mary. Just throw it up, 50-50 shot, get it at the end zone. Hey, give it an opportunity. If you walk away with points, great. If you don't, no big deal. Hey, we got the ball in the second half.
So the ball is actually marked to the 33-yard line, but let's see what kind of pressure comes, because that's what's going to change the timing of this if you're trying to get everybody in the end zone from 33 yards out. King's back to pass, doesn't have a receiver. He's going to try and run with it. Now he gets out. He's showing pass again, but cannot get to the sideline. The ball pops free, but not before they bring him down short of not only the first down, but short of a touchdown in the process, and that will bring our first half to a close.
There we go.
The San Antonio Toros lead 22-3 after the end of the first 2 quarters of this rematch between the Texas Syndicate and the San Antonio Toros on United Football Media.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
This has been their biggest challenge, and we talked about this in the pregame, Ken, that this team was going to give them their biggest challenge. They did early on, remember, 24-0 in their first meeting in week 1, and here we are at halftime, 22-3, giving up their first points ever this season. But what a nice game this has been, aside from all the penalties we've seen, which is incredible amount for mainly the Texas Syndicate going forward. So I know you have some highlights to get going, but nonetheless, it's been an interesting game so far about how the momentum has swung back and forth.
It really has. Looking at this opening drive, this is right there, right out of the chute. Toros put it down the field. You got Carpenter, the speedy guy, getting down and getting a nice receiving touchdown for the Toros. Put them on the board very early on. And then we were saying, all right, that's the offense we wanted to see. This high-flying, high-passing offense by Coach Bedwell, executed perfectly by quarterback and wide receivers all over the place. You can see with Chris Carpenter and his touchdown again. Speedster back on the backside of 2 defenders of the Syndicate. Pretty good catch. Great throw. And then you see right here for the Syndicate, they put it on the ground. They put it in the air. They've used all kinds of weapons, and they really haven't shown their hand too hard of, hey, we're just going to be a run team or a pass team, as you're going to see right here with King managing that offense. He's coming out of Lincoln University, 6'2", 220 quarterback. He's shown some good throws. Again, as we're seeing right here, some of these throws were into the sun, little tough sledding for a quarterback to do that, but he found it. But that defense for the Toros, once they got warmed up, once they could see what the Syndicate were actually doing, and then be able to react real quick, I like the fact Toros defense really kind of get the offense sparked right here. And you can see right there another defensive stand. A little missed tackle right there for the Toros, but wrapped up. Look how many red jerseys are all around the Syndicate. I love to see that on defense. And then for the Toros and their momentum coming in, I can't overlook the fact, watch Will Arndt on this run right here. Kept looking down the field, didn't see it, got the ball to the outside. And Greg, as you aptly pointed out, that's a right-handed quarterback dropping his right shoulder into a defender.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. Nope.
And he gets his helmet knocked off, did a little jaw jacking right there. Hey, I like that. Get a quarterback with a chip on the shoulder. And then almost automatic Almendaris. He had 3 field goals. We'll show you all those in the highlights here, but 3 field goals in the first half. And we were talking about that right before the break, how beneficial that is to have a kicker who can come in and get you points like that, even in a low-scoring game, 22-3. You can rely on for those points. And then you see right here, get to the outside. This is another great defensive stand. Grab whatever you can, get them down on the ground. This was the momentum gainer, in my opinion, for the Toros. So when they finally came back out on offense, and they got one more score here by Henry and the rush, but this is right after. Look at this beautiful pass right over the middle, number 11 on a crossing route across that zone that they were playing. They caught him napping, and Cam Nichols, 6 foot 190 wide receiver, puts that ball down there. And then watch this right here, folks. This is the exciting part. This is what I think is the most electric part about Will Arndt's arm. He can make a quick pass, find the open receiver, but just great defense by the Syndicate. We've said that several times here tonight, Greg, between us and the special teams play. You see right there, good wrap-up by the Toros. But, it's just that defense. They were just a little off. Syndicate was a little better on defense in the passing game. Once they got going, and again, I'm not talking about the scoreboard. I'm just talking about plays on the field. And that's really what matters at this point. You see Will Arndt looking left, finding Luzon, the big target on the outside. He almost broke it there. He could have really taken that to the house off of that. He's a big body wide receiver. I like to see him get his hands in that passing game. And then you see great quarterback draw here by Will Arndt. Look at him. Plant that foot. Get north, and then get out of bounds, save your body, because he's looking at 4 defenders closing in on him like that. But this is really what we see Will Arndt doing all game long. Look, finding big body receivers. Again, Luzon, that was the second big pass, either the outside. This one was the inside. Big receiver, you find him. And then that was the other field goal by Almendaris for his second of 3 in the first half, as we had talked about. And then we still got one more score for the Toros. And that was off of Henry, and I like to talk about Henry. He's number 2. He's a 5'10", 200-pound back. But before we get to that, the Syndicate, really, I think, Greg, for them, where they really engaged their offense was that quarterback had just enough time to get the ball away. That's a credit to that offensive line of the Syndicate to allow your quarterback King to sit back there and survey the field, find somebody that's open. But that defense by the Toros, look at them swarm, look at their speed, even though it was a great first down pickup by number 23 for the Syndicate. But that shows the speed of the Toros to be able to find and track down those defenders and then get them out of the picture for no score. But we do have the San Antonio Toros with the score by Henry. That was on the rush side. And then I just say for the Toros at this point, defense just took over for the rest of the first half, and that's where we're sitting is 22-3 with the Toros in a commanding lead.
And Ken, I like the way that even though they changed their offensive philosophy inside that 2 minutes of going up to the hurry up offense, I thought the Toros did a good job of trying to maintain that. They had the defensive penalty they couldn't end the half on, still gave them a shot. I was kind of surprised though I think it gives you credit to the Toro defense of why King was flushed out of that pocket and had to run with the ball because they had no time on the clock, obviously, do the penalty, and the Toro defense answered that challenge.
They did. And I like the defense stand up, and they're going to have to show that again at the second half because the Syndicate could come out with the ball on offense first.
We have your first half statistics when we come back with the Toros up 22-3 over the Texas Syndicate. This is San Antonio Toro football on United Football Media.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
Skies over South Texas and Wheatley Heights Stadium in San Antonio. The Toros have a halftime lead, 22-3 over the Texas Syndicate in the Southern Division Challenge of the Continental Football League. And coming into this game, you take a look at the stats. The Syndicate on offense had 653 total yards, 330 on passing, 263 on rushing. Pretty balanced attack with 4 touchdowns and 3 touchdowns respectively. We look at the Toros coming in this game. They had 1,340 total yards, 1,003 to be exact, passing with 15 touchdowns, 337 on the rush with 3. So obviously they favored more of the passing attack. That has not been as successful tonight, Ken.
Yeah, they ran into a defense, and I think that's the big bogey off of this game here is the Toros are up against a pretty darn good defense that the Texas Syndicate brought down here to the stadium. But look, at the first half stat, even though it's 22-3, folks, hey, forget the score. Let's just dive into some of these stats, and they're pretty balanced, except for one area, and I'll talk about that in a second. But pretty balanced there. Texas Syndicate, 3 of 8, 13, 18. They've got yardage left and right. The total offense, they got 103 yards for the Syndicate, 233 for the Toros. But really what stood out to me most, and you and I talked about this, penalties. 9 penalties for 50 yards on the Syndicate. Man, Greg, if you can just eradicate half of that, you got a shot right there. That's compared to 5 penalties and 50 yards against the Toros. But, looking at the two, and you look at Will Arndt, seasoned quarterback, 9 of 15 completion attempts for 171 yards and 1 touchdown. Then you flip it over and look at the Syndicate, and you've got almost even numbers that are flashing back and forth. So we've got a good matching offense. The difference that I see is that play you just saw right there with Chris Carpenter. Toro scored first, and they drew first blood first, and I got the Syndicate kind of behind the chains a little bit out of their moxie. As the first half went along, I did see an improvement by the Syndicate, but I saw a big improvement by the Toros, mainly in their offensive generation. And I think that all starts with Will Arndt and being able to make those plays and execute those plays that are needed to be done, either by getting to the ball to the outside, as you're going to see right here, and he looks down the field. Look at that protection Will Arndt has to be able to look down the field, even look into the sun, and find his receivers like that. So I think that's the big difference right there is the Toros, led by Will Arndt, is really getting that momentum and that kind of swag swagger back in their back pocket.
Yeah, and it favors the Toros on the big plays of the night. You mentioned the 49-yard touchdown pass right out of the gate with 13:45 to play in the first quarter from Arndt to Chris Carpenter. And then the other big play was Henry's 25-yard run right up the middle because he's just so fast.
Correct.
So that's the one big advantage that the Toros have had over the Texas Syndicate tonight, which is big play makers.
Correct.
And it showed up not only in the first quarter, but also in the second quarter as well at the 11:48 mark. So two big plays to start each quarter to separate themselves from the Texas Syndicate. We'll separate ourselves from you here for just a few minutes. When we come back, this is San Antonio Toros football, United Football.
Tastes good to be different.
Big Red, deliciously different.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities, call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
¡Vamos, Toros!
There's a great look at Wheatley Heights Stadium on the east side of San Antonio. Home tonight's game between the San Antonio Toros and the Texas Syndicate, which the Toros lead at halftime, 22-3. Greg Simmons along with Ken Lucas and our just unbelievable Texas Sports Productions crew includes Mark Kusenberger on stats tonight for us. So thanks for Mark. You and I both worked with Mark during the regular season of high school and college football. He's one of the great play-by-play men in our business. We appreciate his help tonight.
Absolutely.
Along with Travis Bucks, our director, along with Havana Montez, James Oakes, and Jonathan Miranda, and Juan Luna on camera, Bradley Riley, our red cap tonight, Jay Riley, the president and co-founder of Texas Sports Productions. They're all here.
They're all here. And this is that right there is just a small sliver of the support the Toros have received in San Antonio.
And probably the most famous guy in the booth with us tonight is Roland Ruiz, who is the voice of the San Antonio Spurs, who just got off his championship run as the announcer for the in-arena if you will, announcing. And his voice is now being lent to the San Antonio Toros as well. So you got to see his name splashed over the national media here. And so now he's graced us with his presence in the press box here tonight.
Well, and also, I mean, I think it's a great indication of, just look at the crowd that showed up here tonight. That's pretty impressive. The fact that San Antonio is back, folks. They got San Antonio Toros football is back, and they're getting a lot of support, a lot of buzz, a lot of notoriety, and a lot of interest right here by the greater San Antonio area for the Toros.
And we actually have scouts, pro football scouts in the press box with us tonight as well. So these players are being showcased not just over United Football Media and Texas Sports Productions and the San Antonio Toros, but now they're being showcased in person to actual scouts up. And remember, NFL training camps start next month. And a lot of these guys, especially when you look at the offensive linemen, the size of linemen that the Toros have on their staff, they're going to be looked at for training camps because the one thing you need a lot of in training camps are offensive linemen.
Always, because and as I always say, and Greg, I know you absolutely support this well. Football is not football until it all starts right up front. Always starts with the center, and that center and that offensive line. The unique part about that is that's the only unit in a football team that doesn't have to rely on anybody else. Offensive line is a special unit, and I tell you, those guys up there on the front for the Toros, they have been working hard in the trenches all night tonight.
All right, Kenneth Almendares will get us started here in the second half, up 22-3. That is a booming kick that goes out of the end zone. E.J. Howard just got to watch it, and now they'll take over first down at their own 20.
That shows you the leg strength for Almendares when he can boom it like that. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. But now, okay, you got the Syndicate coming back out on offense. They're down 22-3. They've made some adjustments, and I would say, Greg, in that locker room, if I was going to be sitting in there, if I was going to be spying on them a little bit, it would be really just going to be, hey, King, you're doing great. Just maybe settle down a little bit, spread the ball around, and I know what King's answer is going to be, hey, Coach, give me some time. So now it's all back to that offensive line again, back to what I always preach about. It all starts on that offensive line. So we'll see what kind of adjustments the Syndicate did here at halftime. Try to come back out here. They're going to try to drive that ball down there. They need a score right here to try to keep this game close.
All right, Stan Bedwell looking on for the sidelines of the San Antonio Toros, the head coach and general manager of the Toros. First down coming up here from the 35-yard line for the Syndicate. And here's the handoff. He stopped in the backfield for a tackle for a loss. Could not even get out of the gate, and he just gets rawhide, if you will.
Looks like we might have a Syndicate player down, but you're absolutely right. First play, I can tell you, it might have been a high-volume discussion at halftime on that defense there by Coach Glanville going, all right, this is not the Toros defense that we wanted to start with. They ended up doing pretty darn well at the end of the second quarter. But for the Toros defense, that's how you want to come out of halftime and make a good stop.
Yeah, Eddie Tucson was the guy that just kind of submarined there from his linebacker position, and that is an offensive lineman down, slowly getting back up to his feet. Looks like he's going to be okay, but the training staff for both the Toros and the Syndicate are out on the field to make sure he's all right. But that's just a tough way to start the second half. You just get submarined by a blitzing linebacker, and that is big number 70, Davion McGill. He's 6'3", 340 pounds down at Clayton, and he is back to his feet and luckily off under his own power, so I'm very happy to see that.
Yeah, we're happy to see anybody who gets hurt. We hate to see anybody get hurt in football, first off, but even better is he's able to walk off his own power. I expect he's going to be back in the game.
You hope so if you're the Syndicate, because he's also their backup center. So it sets up second down. They lost a yard on that play, so it's going to be 2nd and 11. Here goes King looking to his right, fires over the middle and has broken up nicely.
Guess who?
Yep.
The big guy over the middle, 25 for the Toros. You're talking Durand Hill, the lead guy on that defense. He's one that you definitely want to watch. He's got the leading on the tackles. Good pressure off the backside. King did a great job getting the ball out, but it was even better defense by Toros number 25 to knock the ball down. Incomplete pass.
Out of Mary Hardin Baylor, he came into this game as the leading tackler with 15 tackles, 1 tackle for a loss, a forced fumble, and a sack on top of it all. Third down, very important third down to set the momentum here for this Toro defense. Showing 3 rushing. He's going to roll right. That is King being chased down from behind. He has to fire it into the ground because he heard footsteps coming from his back right side. Big number 90, Jackson Cravens, was chasing him down.
Yeah, look at the speed. You got big guys on defensive line, and they got wheels. Look at number 90 not giving up all the way to the end of the play, and King just short-armed that one a little bit. I'm not sure if he'd have made that completion. I think he was trying to find number 12 or number 13, their receiver out there on that side, just short-armed off of that one. Good defense. Toros just kind of closed in on it and forced this 4th down punt.
Well, that's a very good sign for the Toros defense to hold them in 3 quick and out, and now they're forced to punt. They could have a good leg in Owen Minster. We'll see who's back to receive it. Usually Chris Carpenter. It is Carpenter. He's standing back at his own 30. The snap is a little high. He's able to get it off. He does get some pressure in the process. Carpenter is going to let it fall in front of him. It takes a Toro bounce. It goes back out to the 45-yard line, and that's what will take possession. 1st down and 10 to start this third quarter. Their first possession, by the way, of the third quarter.
Yeah, and this is where for Coach Bedwell and that offensive staff over there, I guarantee you their answer is going to be, let's get out there and let's get right back to our game, Toros ball. Let's spread that ball around, keep that defense guessing, and then it all starts with Arndt. He's got to execute. You see number 8 right there in the middle right there. He's got a bunch of wide receivers. The 84 getting out, Oscar Cardenas. For a tight end position. He's more of a slot receiver and tight end guy. But I tell you, for the Toros, they're going to want to come and answer the fact their defense just gave him a nice gift with the ball on the 45.
Yeah, sure did, because that was only a 21-yard punt because he got pressure from his right side. So it forced him to unload that kick pretty early. So 1st down and 10 now from their own 45. Great field position for the Toros offense to start this second half. Arndt will again give the ball. Henry is trying to run around a couple of defenders, trying to fight his way back to the line of scrimmage. May have lost about a half a yard in the process, so sets up 2nd down.
Yeah, it's number 88 on that defense for the Syndicate. He just chased him down from behind. Again, it all starts with that blocking. Watch this collapse, and you can see the guy come right off the back edge right there. Really, Henry didn't have anywhere to go off of that one. He was chased down from the beginning. Toro's offensive line have to clean that up.
They'll give him the original line of scrimmage. So back at the 45 on second down, he has now help in the backfield. It'll be Henry and also Jackson. Got a slot right receiver, and he's going to go long this time. One-on-one, push off Lejean. Does he come down with it? He does, fighting with the defender all the way down.
I could have sworn that was going to be defensive pass interference on that, but that is a huge catch by number 15, Luzon. I think Coach Bedwell's down there complaining about it as well. That defender was all over Luzon. How he came up with that ball, that's just good hand-eye coordination and athleticism by him. Good pass by Arndt. Watch this. Ball's up in the air. Probably won't see it because it happened a little bit before this, but there was a whole lot of arm flying that was happening right there. I thought it would have been DPI, but hey, I'll take the extra yard. That's fine. They don't get the extra yards for defensive pass interference, but they sure get a first down.
And they do it at the 20-yard line, so they are threatening now in the red zone. Toros fake the handoff as Arndt going up the middle. He's got a man in the end zone, and it is caught for the touchdown. And he's running into the locker room, I think. No, he's taking a seat
he's
in the VIP area. Look at that. He's taking a seat. That is Cam Eccles, who made the catch and then take a seat in the VIP lounge.
I like that. Just an open receiver. Arndt found him off of that. Just a skinny post right underneath the goalpost there. You're going to see Arndt's eyes. He looked the whole way. He was going there no matter what. Found the big receiver. Boom, number 11, Eccles for a touchdown in the air.
It's fun to watch these young men have a little fun here. There you see taking him a seat at the table, crossing his legs. Hey, y'all, how's everybody doing? Fine, thank you for asking. That's a touchdown for me. Feel free to celebrate.
Absolutely.
Extra point attempt by Almendares again to tack it on. The kick is up, and it is good.
There it is.
How about that? The San Antonio Toros in command here to start the second half, 29-3. You're listening and watching San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418.
Don't want that old car but don't know what to do? Call Pick and Pull and turn that old car into cash. We buy more because we pay more, running or not, and we'll pick it up free. Pick and Pull has the largest inventory in South Texas with over 4,500 parts cars, so we need to buy. Go to pickandpullsa.com for more details. Pick and Pull. We buy more because we pay more.
More to pick, less pull for your budget. Now that's Pick and Pull.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
And welcome back to Wheatley Heights Stadium in San Antonio. There you see the score, 29-3. And how about our Primus scoring drive, Ken?
Oh, I tell you, for that scoring drive alone, I'm just going to say flat out it was an impressive all-around play by the Toros. They got it on the ground, they did it in the air, and then, of course, with that touchdown to Eccles in the air, that's some easy scoring right there. Puts them in a little bit more breathing room, but up 29-3.
Yep, 3 plays, 55 yards, 20-yard touchdown pass to Cam Eccles, who took a little break in the VIP area. Helped celebrate another touchdown for him. And you look at Kenneth Almendares, who's done a great job with the kicking chores tonight. Already 3 field goals, 1 from 26, 1 from 27. And another one from 35 tonight.
Yeah, you see that right there at the tail end there. You saw Coach Bodwell and Almendares just give him a little hand slap. They knew what they were doing right there. I like to see that interaction between head coach and your kicker.
All right, so the kick went out of bounds, so they'll take it at the 35. 1st and 10 for the Syndicate, who have yet to get into the end zone tonight, thanks to the Toros defense. And thanks to those who showed up tonight out of actually the best crowd we have seen at these San Antonio Toro home games. Thank you for being here tonight. King out of the shotgun. Dumps the pass off too low. It falls incomplete. Feeling a little pressure, but he knows he has to get that ball up. But he is also looking at the defender. He understands that if he doesn't put that ball right on the numbers, that's going to be an interception return for a touchdown.
Yeah, that was just a quick slant pass trying to find number 26, Ivan Thomas, with good defense. Thomas coming out of Texas A&M Kingsville. Yeah, just a little low on the throw right there. That would have been a nice completion for the Syndicate. Instead, it's going to be 2nd down and 10.
And once again, Davis comes out. He's got his backup in there, Raquan Smith. After he saw so much of Trey Sanders and his explosive speed, we haven't seen much of him in the second quarter and now to start the second half. Fakes the handoffs, got a man downfield, but he underthrows his intended receiver. That was Marcellus Johnson.
Yeah, great defense by number 13, Isaiah Green. We talked about him on special teams, but 13, 6'1", 90 defensive back like that. You just look back, you're going to see him at the top of your screen right there, just out of the screen. But look, he's looking back. I think maybe he just lost it in the lights or something, but man, that was almost a pick. Ball was on the inside when their receiver was on the outside.
3rd down again at the 35-yard line. King and company trying to get something going. Slot to the right. Wide out to the top of the screen. He's looking left the whole way, but he has pressure from his right side. It looks like he's going to get swallowed up, and down he goes for a sack. A combined effort that time led by Ramon Perrier, who's just playing his 2nd game for the Toros after being signed a week before.
Yeah, Perrier, he's just impressive on the inside there. And, of course, he's got a whole complement of his buddies and friends that helped clean that up right there. But that was a great defensive stand to force this 4th down punt.
Yeah, 4th down and long now, so 4th and 15 after the sack. That is, keep in mind, he already had, in just his own first game of the season, 7 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a sack and a half, so he can add another sack to that statistic for him. And he's only played in 2 games. Here goes the punt, and it looks like it's just off the side of his foot. Trying to bring it up, and they do. They got a hand on it. I don't know, did he scoop it up on the run in the process? He gets it down inside the 30, but that is Chris Carpenter, who looks like on the run he's able to get a hold of that.
Yeah, it's a live ball. I mean, until somebody touches it, it's still a live ball. And I tell you, for the Toros to be able to do Johnny on the spot, again, special teams coming through for the Toros. They're going to have great field position on that scoop pickup right there. That's a live ball.
I thought he was going to let it die, but instead
he goes
picks
right
it
up
up in the air, chases it down in the process, and that is number 6 that actually did that, Wayne Ruby, who was actually back there and made the decision to step up that time.
Yeah.
And look at where he puts them with that ball. They're 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line. 17-yard punt. How about that? A 16-yard return.
That's a 2-day late, 2-day-old late birthday present. He just had celebrated a birthday on the 18th. So, hey, congratulations to him.
Toros already have 3 sacks to their credit tonight on defense. Is fueling the offense right now. His arm is under pressure. He tries to turn away from it, and he goes down with a sack as well. Most of that was the fact he just lost his footing. But big number 88 was in there to try and make sure he didn't get much further than that. And that was Sidney Humble.
Yeah, coming out of ULM, University of Louisiana Monroe. 6'2", 300-pound. Arndt just turned. He tried to boot back out to the naked side, except the problem is 88's not so naked out there anymore. He kind of shut that one down. Arndt did the smart thing. Go down, save your body. Big, long 2nd down here.
Yeah, loss of 13 all the way back to the 42-yard line. So it would be 2nd and 23 at this point.
Got a bunch of receivers on the top right there. Watch
sure
Arndt.
Does. And single in the back row, so he has a fail-safe. And down he goes again, but he gets back up to his feet. I don't think he was touched. Weaves it his way, back past the 30, down to the close to the 20-yard line before he's brought down. I looked back to see if a knee went down and he was touched, but that wasn't the case.
I don't think so. Watch his knees right here as we see this great
down
replay.
Goes,
nobody
touched him.
So he's still a live guy, and then Arndt knows, hey, I got to get up and get going. And, hey, I like the fact we got a quarterback right here bobbing and weaving through the defense. He's not afraid to put that helmet down and pick up the extra yards.
Not enough for the 1st down, though. He gets down to the 25-yard line, still needs about another probably 5-yard line, so 3rd and 5 for the Toros. Here goes Arndt again, looking left. Got a man. Cam Eccles again. Takes a hit right at the 20. Is that enough?
It's going
to be tough. They're going to say, the 1st down. Eccles caught it right at the down marker. So that picks up a first down for the Toros.
Yeah, yeah, 2 receivers in the same area. Usually you don't see that, so that was probably a mix-up right there. But great job by Cam Eccles, number 11. He's already got a touchdown on the night and a big play right there for a first down.
Ruby coming in. Jackson will stay in. Hardness, big tight end on the right side. So got a little bit of a jumbo package going here. On the near sideline, that is Lejean. Cardis on the outside, along with Ruby on the far out.
I'd watch Cardenas right there on the slot on the top.
We shall.
Good handoff to number 12 right there. That's
like
Jalen Jackson back in the game.
He's their new signee, signed on Friday, by the way, and he's showing his speed.
Well, way he's playing tonight, I'm going to say that's a good sign. that was a great add to the Toros. He is one heck of a back in the backfield, and they put him out at wide receiver as well, either as a distraction or, hey, maybe they want to test out his hands in the open space.
Yeah, 2nd and 6 now at the 16-yard line for Willard and the San Antonio Toros, trying to get back into the end zone here. Certainly in that scoring position, but now they got to worry about that play clock because it is, I guarantee you, winding down because they're taking a lot of time to get this play called, and they're going to have to call a timeout or take a delay of the game here in just a minute if they don't.
I got alarms going off in my head right now.
Yep. Arndt takes the snap, rolls to his right, has pressure, and down he goes for the second time in this series. Coming in from his linebacker position, number 18 on that, and that is like Jacob Berry.
Yeah, at Southern Arkansas. Watch his speed right up the middle. I mean, absolutely unblocked on defense. You can't do that. That's a blown play on the offensive line by the Toros. Let a linebacker blitz like that untouched.
Pushed them all the way back to the 28-yard line. 3rd down, so still have an opportunity. Now, in order to pick up a first down, they have to get down inside the 10-yard line.
You kind of feel the little difference. I mean, Arndt's getting a lot of pressure on him, and he's having to boot out, and he's running into traffic. He's running into the defensive lineman, and it's really backing the Toros up.
Single back in the backfield. That's Jackson. See if he leaks out. There is a flag on the play thrown by the head linesman. Ooh. Nice catch, and I don't know how he hangs onto the ball. Was number 5, Chris Carpenter, on the far side, but there is a flag on the play.
I don't even know how he's got a body after that. Watch his hit at the tail end. You see the flag come in. He popped the ball up, but, man, he took a shot at the tail end there by, again, number 18. We just called his name on defense, Jacob Berry, coming up big time again.
Jim Van Geffen is our lead referee tonight. Most of the crew is from the San Antonio Tasso area. A legal procedure charge against the Toros, and they will decline it, and that shows a 4th down. So Amandaris more than likely will come into the game and attempt his 4th field goal of the game.
Why not? He's hot. He's got 3 field goals on the night. Hey, bring him in, give it a shot. Hey, you know you're not going to get that kind of yards, or maybe they could. Why not? But when you got a leg like this, there's no sense in you taking a risk with a play. Heck, just bring your big leg guy, Almendaris, in. Hopefully get some points.
Now, this is marked at the 36-yard line, so it'll be a 46-yard attempt for Kenneth Almendaris. This will be his longest field goal if he makes it. His long this year so far has been 44. So the kick is up. It looked like it might have been tipped at the line, and does it go through? They say it is good. Oh, wow. I thought somebody got a fingertip on it, and it may have adjusted it to the left side, but it goes between the uprights for his longest field goal of the season for that young man right there, Kenneth Almendaris.
Impressive leg, impressive accuracy, and then just to have the confidence of your coaching staff. Hey, I know we're kind of down. We're way behind the chains. Let's bring Almendaris in and get points.
All right, the Toros expand their lead now, 32-3 with 7:22 to play here in the 3rd quarter. And Almendaris, adding to his lure here, is 44 longest field goal going into this game, and now it turns into 46-yard for his longest of his career with the San Antonio Toros.
And the Toros are kind of just opening up the can here on them a little bit here in the second half. I think they got their rhythm down, and I like to see that, led by their quarterback. But more importantly, if you see this extra leg, watch this. I mean, I thought it was a low kick, Greg, and actually I thought it went left until we slow it down. Yeah, that went right inside. That went right inside there. But I tell you, the Toros in the second half here, they went into halftime, did some adjustments, whatever those were. They came out with a little bit more fire this time. Second half is totally different here for the Toros.
And I thought because of that low angle when it came off the tee, I thought somebody had gotten a little bit of a finger on that and had adjusted it. That was the reason why it went more to that left upright. So there he'll bring it right out of the end zone. Bring it up. See if he can make something happen. But no, he is dropped immediately as he gets to the 12-yard line. And as they umpile, let's see who had the misfortune of making that carry, and that was number 13, E.J. Howard.
Yeah, and Durand Hill, number 25, getting in on that. This is special teams work at its finest. But watch this. I love this about football. Boom! That's double hits right there for the Toros on special teams. Man, I love seeing that.
So we just have 7 minutes and 16 seconds to go in the third quarter. And remember, between the third and the fourth quarters, we changed from NFL to CFL rules. And we'll have another little lesson on that in that break between the third and the fourth quarter to kind of give you a heads up on what you can expect to see. But it really does breed comeback football. And that's what obviously the Texas Syndicate is looking for now at the 24-yard line. Handoff goes up the middle, trying to get something going. Had some blockers in front of him. Couldn't even see. Oh, it was back in the game. Yeah, that's Trey Sanders. We hadn't seen a lot of him in the second quarter or much of this quarter, but all of a sudden, there he is out of Alabama contributing to the Texas Syndicate. So he does pick up 5 yards, 2nd and 5. Handoff again goes right up the middle. They say he does so well the first time. Let's give it to him a second time. So now he's close to the first down, a little bit short, but a good 2 solid carries for Sanders, so it sets up a 3rd down and 2.
He's certainly their bell cow rusher, and the Syndicate are going to go quick here, fast here, trying to get the play in.
Snaps a little high, but a quick pass off to the slant. That gives them the first down, and no, he shakes the tackler. He's going to head for the end zone. Oh, he drops the football. Oh, he drops the football again. Still live, and the Toros have recovered. Are you kidding me?
I don't know what happened on that play, Greg. I know the outcome. He fumbled it, and it's Toro's ball. But, man, he was streaking for a touchdown and just lost the handle on it. I don't know what happened.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing because it looked like he was going to have a touchdown. And look at Jerry Glanville. He's out there to say, oh, thank you, Zaytique McGee. You are the best. You are the best nickelback I've ever coached in my entire life. Have I told you how much I love you?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of love going down there, and I like that. But I would love to see what happened off of that play. I mean, he was streaking down. He got rid of the defender up there on the sideline. This is a great replay right here. And he gets rid of the defender. Defender slipped down, missed him. Okay,
right there.
Puts the Jets on. He's inbounds. And then watch this. The ball just, whoop, comes out. It just slipped out. I don't know.
Ivan Mertellus is the guy who was the receiver, and then he not only does he lose it once, he loses it twice.
And then the Toros pick it up, and now they are back out on offense. Wow, what a turn of events here.
You have got to be kidding me. First down for the 15-yard line. They get it to an out man. That is Wayne Ruby again on the far sidelines. And this has been some football game. This has been fun to watch. I have never seen that where you fumble the ball twice in the same possession.
Fumbled it there, scooped it. And then fumbled it again right there. Ball's still out. Ball's live, and Toros know it, and they jump on it, and they got offense. That was a good first down pass play right there to the outside for Henry. I like to see it, or for Ruby. I like to see him getting himself into the game.
And just for the record, Marcellus Johnson was the attendant receiver for the Texas Syndicate on that play, an 8 instead of a 6. They get the ball back out. Gets a little bit short of the 30 at the 28-yard line where they umpile him. And that is enough for a first down.
Yeah, that's going to move the chains for the Toros. And I like the play call. Back down to the ground, back down to that top right side. Much like where I was saying the Syndicate, had some good success off the left side. That right side, or that right offensive line for the Toros, the right guard Noah McKinney, right tackle Jaleel Davis, they're doing a great job off that side, and the running backs are taking advantage of it.
At the 28-yard line, all the momentum now to the Toros. Arndt goes at the far sidelines, and the receiver shakes the defender and gets down in, outside the 40. That's Wayne Ruby.
Again, Ruby, number 6, wide receiver, making himself open. He's got man-to-man coverage on the top right there. He does a nice cutback comeback route, and Will Arndt barely got that ball off. He had a lot of pressure. Look at him right in his face. Number 2 got off a spiral. Ruby climbed Ruby climbed that ladder, got the ball, and picked up the first down.
All right, 1st and 10 now at the 40-yard line. Arndt's bringing him up again. Slot left, slot right. So a host of receivers, including Cardes, the tight end, as a slot receiver. Goes out to Arndt. As Henry leaks out of the backfield, takes the reception, and breaks free for the first down and then some. Down to the 35. How's he staying on his feet? And he's still in bounds. Somehow he's able to get down inside. They're going to mark him out at about the 15-yard line when he steps out of bounds. But what a great second effort by Andrew Henry, number 2.
Coming out of University of Louisiana Monroe, and then went on to University of New Mexico. Andrew Henry, look at these moves to the outside. Not only takes care of the defender, that's a 45-yard run, but look at him tightrope it all the way down the side. I think he got that one right foot out there at the 15-yard line. That's where the Toros are going to have the ball, but not after a fantastic run by Henry.
Well, now they're going to mark it at the 15, so they still have an opportunity to pick up a first down. As you can see right there where he steps on the white line, trying to get you. He's looking down at it, trying to stay in bounds because he wants the touchdown. But nonetheless, what a great pickup by the Toros.
Well, and Henry in the rushing department, he was the lead rusher coming into the second half for the Toros. He had 29 yards total right there, and a touchdown. Now tack a whole bunch of more yards on him for him.
So now there's some discussion going on the field. I thought maybe someone had called a timeout. That doesn't appear to be the case, although they now have the chain set up. All right. Arnt's going back, looking to the sidelines for a play. There's no flag. So they'll put the ball in play. Once again, Jackson is a single man in the backfield, slot left, and tight end to the right. Cardenas. Arnt's looking left the whole way. He's got pressure coming from his right side. He's got a man in the end zone, and it is batted away. He was throwing into 2 defenders that time. They're saying it's a touchback. It's an interception. Did he get it?
Yeah.
Okay, he did come down with it.
Watch this. This is just an errant throw by Arnt. He's throwing into double coverage. I don't like that. He had actually 2 receivers on the top side. Throwing into the double coverage there. You got an underneath corner over the top safety, and I think number 0.
Yeah, Abraham Timoni. That's third. He made that one-handed interception.
Incredible athleticism.
Going into that crowd, but that's what you don't want to do.
Yeah.
You don't want to throw into double coverage, and you don't want to throw it short. If anything, you want to throw it long.
Okay.
And we are going to take a break. With that turnover, the San Antonio Toros still have the advantage, 32-3 over the Texas Syndicate. This is San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media.
San Antonio, it's time to light up the night with Bangers Fireworks. From backyard fun to sky-filling finales, Bangers has the biggest selection at the best prices. We're proud partners of the San Antonio Toros. Visit us at any of these 4 locations. Bangers Fireworks. Best fireworks at the best prices.
Tastes good to be different.
Big Red, deliciously different.
Sitting a bit on pins and needles are fans of the Texas Syndicate have made that trip down from Austin and Pflugerville to cheer on their team tonight. Thanks for being with us tonight. Thanks for making that road trip down as part of the I-35 rivalry. And now one of the rare mistakes by Will Arndt has resulted in a turnover, an interception in the end zone. So the touchback will bring the ball out to the 20-yard line. For Texas Syndicate will try and get on the end zone for the first time tonight. They are the first team this season to score 3 points, or any points that matter, against the Toros defense. And there you see the great outstretched arms that time of their defender, Abraham Timoni, who came in to make the one-handed grab, being congratulated by his teammates.
Coming out of Coastal Carolina, that was a nice one-handed pick right there.
From the 20-yard line, see what they can do with it after that turnover. They'll go with a handoff. They've been very successful back there, and they're going to go with a second man. That's Raquan Smith. And Raquan Smith is met with a wall, and he is still fighting and jawing and pushing and shoving and whistles. And
we got it all going on.
Slight mayhem. I wouldn't say a Donnybrook just yet.
No, not yet. We're not a Donnybrook. We're close to it, but not that.
There are tensions on the field. No question these two teams know each other pretty well after their first meeting. And it sets up a 2nd and 5 for the Syndicate. Goes to the pass. Oh, as the screen pass set up, the ball is fumbled, and now the Toros thought, just to be on the safe side, they're going to recover the ball in case it was a lateral, but it wasn't. Forward pass and an incomplete pass.
Yeah, they're trying to find number 5. That's Workman, Quintavious Workman out of East Los Angeles College. Just a little errant throw right over his hand. Well, you want to get that down because you certainly don't want your defenders closing on that.
I want to give that credit, if you will, for the mistake to Quintavious, because I think he looked upfield as he's trying to bring the ball in.
Yeah. that happens.
3rd and 5. Nice pass off the back foot, and he was, I think that was a little bit of misread too, because he was going for the outside cut. The receiver's head was turned the other way to the inside. He was trying to find E.J. Howard, who's done a good job at kick returning tonight.
Yeah, just a short throw. Didn't even give the wide receiver an opportunity. But then again, he saw that by the time that ball was going to get there, he had 2 defenders that were going to close on him. He just watched Arndt throw a pick into double coverage like that, and he knew he didn't want to do that again. Good job by King.
So you take a look at it, that turnover didn't lead to any points. In fact, it leads to a punt now by the Texas Syndicate. So good job by the defense coming in to bail out the offense of the San Antonio Toros. Back deep at his own 40, ready to receive the kick to see if it gets to him this time. He does have it at the 40, takes it in. That's Chris Carpenter going to the near side, cuts back to the inside, dragged down from behind, but they're going to come up with some excellent field position once again thanks to their defense.
Yeah, great stop by defense. Even better return by Chris Carpenter to put the Toros offense in a great field position. But look at the speed of Chris Carpenter. Once he gets to the outside, he is tough, and he is quick, and he knows how to slice and dice his way through the defense. Good job by number 6 to close him down from behind, but not after big yard pickup. And the Toros going to have the ball right there at about the 35-yard line.
35-yard punt, 20-yard return. It sets them up inside the 35 at about the 34-yard line. And the Toros will take over as soon as they can get the chains set up.
They're struggling over there on the chains a little bit tonight.
They're trying to keep up. It's a little bit speedy, but they got it set now. Good job by our chain gang and our officiating crew. Just could not get the footing as Henry took the handoff coming out of the backfield, tripped up just as he gets back to the original line of scrimmage.
Nana Asante, number 2 out of Morgan State. Wow, he's a big, tall guy, and he just shut that one down. That was impressive.
Yep, loss of 2 on the slip. So, as a result, it would be 2nd down and 12.
And I believe we got the backup quarterback, number 7.
Yep, you know who that is. A lot of people know him because he's a quarterback coach at Warren High School. That's Nate Hayden in the game. Nate missed last week's game. He was inactive for this game, activated for tonight. So he is now in the game for the Toros, taking over for Will Arndt. And he's going to throw right on the 1st down and into double coverage again, but this time it falls incomplete.
Trying to find the big guy, 15 again. No, we know Luzon. We know Luzon's got hands, and why not find him? And he's got some specialty to him as well. And to open up with Nate Hayden coming in and throwing, I like that. Hey, got a lot of confidence in the guy in his arm, even throwing the double coverage. I don't think I like that.
That's the thing that scares me. But luckily this time didn't result in a turnover. It's an incomplete pass, so they'll just reset on 2nd down at the 36-yard line.
Interesting fact about Luzon. I didn't know this about him, but he was on the Netflix documentary QB1 Beyond the Lights back in 2019. He was highlighted.
Well, we have a lot of Hollywood kind of connections here, including our own Will Arndt, who's done some work for HBO and Netflix. Here's Nate going back. He's going over the middle. He's got a receiver. That is Oscar Cardenas, the star tight end out of UTSA's dragging 3 defenders down with him to get inside the 10-yard line. He's a big body you can't bring down.
4-year starter at UTSA, 95 catches, 1,138 receiving yards, 3-time all-conference selection. He knows it all, and he's right here from San Antonio. He's already been up on the pro level. He was undrafted by the Arizona Cardinals in 2025. He did play in 3 preseason games, and folks, that is a big body tight end, and for a quarterback to step in and you know you got that backside option, hey, Cardenas is the guy you want to do it.
Got it down to the 10-yard line, so 1st and goal for San Antonio Toros. Nate Hayden directing traffic. Got Jalen Jackson over to his right side. Slot left is Eccles. Wide out to the right. Cardenas in the slot to the right as well. Over the middle's got a man in the end zone. The great catch that time.
That's Wayne Ruby, number 6.
Ruby.
I love that.
He's celebrating, and well, he should. He's had a very good game tonight.
Absolutely. Ruby coming in like that. We just talked about him having a birthday on the 18th, and we said, hey, that was a great play for your birthday. How about a touchdown for your birthday? Great job by number 6 getting in the end zone. Ruby for the Toros. They're on the board again.
10-yard TD. They're just piling up the points. I know the defense is disappointed. They've given up their first points of the season, but they haven't given anything in the end zone so far. Almendares has come on to add to his extra point lure.
How about Nate Hayden stepping in, coming in, filling in for Will Arndt? Well, not a bad option at all for a backup quarterback coming in off of that in his first drive touchdown.
All right, let's see if the extra point is good. It is up, and it is good. So the Toros continue to add to their scoring with 1:17 to play in the third quarter. The Toros have taken a 39-3 lead over the Texas Syndicate. We'll keep it right here because that fourth and very different quarter is headed your way.
It really is, and I feel that momentum for the Toros, whatever the adjustments that they made at halftime are working, and that's showing progress and success here out on the field. And the 2 touchdowns so far in the second half, both in the air, one to Eccles, and now you're watching this one right here with Ruby. He was wide open, and he just found that soft spot. The safety, that over-the-top safety, hadn't rolled enough over to the inside, and he just took advantage with a quick slant. And Hayden coming in as a backup quarterback, I'm impressed. You got two back-to-back weeks. A backup quarterback comes in and scores on their first drive. That's impressive.
I was asking before the game, I said, were you injured last week? He goes, no, we just wanted to give each other some playing time. And so for him being inactive to allow Kelvin Durham to do what he did last week, which was a great game. He had 7 of 9 for 113 yards and 1 touchdown. So it's good to see him sharing and giving each other the spotlight. And Nate, as many people know, is a quarterback's coach here in town for Warren High School.
I like to see that. And you know the stories he's going to go back to talking to his high school players about is, hey, I was just getting banged around with the Toros, and now I'm back out here coaching you. I like that.
Knocks it out of the end zone again, so they'll bring it back out to the 35 to start over for the Texas Syndicate. Yeah, and he can actually say, not only do you have to do as I say, you have to do as I do.
Yeah. You got to do as I do off of this. So, and that's exactly what you want to see from your backup quarterback. Step in, and it's seamless transition from QB1 to QB2. And Nate Hayden's the kind of guy that if you want to back up QB2 or if you want a really solid QB1, hey, the Toros are really, really fortunate. They got 2 great quarterbacks.
There you see Stan Bedwell in his first season as the head coach of the Toros, and also he's their GM. Still doing instruction on the sideline. I like that. We can always get better. We can always improve. Here's why that worked. And he's telling the guys, here's why it worked, and here's why we're trying these things. First down now for the Texas Syndicate. They're at their own 35-yard line after Amadeus put another one out. There's a pressure from the left side, and King is going to go down. I don't think he got back to the original line of scrimmage. If he did, it's pretty close.
Aaron Ortiz closing the door on him off of that. Ortiz coming out of Colleyville Community College, University of Sioux Falls. He did play quarterback in 2016 before he switched to defense. Yeah, that's a quarterback now playing linebacker, being coached by Coach Glenn. He knows how to read plays because he's got a quarterback mindset. And that time, he just showed it right there.
So he got him back to the original line of scrimmage, the 35, so second down and 10 after that great pressure by the Toro defense. Getting close to the end of this quarter. Less than 30 seconds to play. Puts it up. Got a man open, and he drops it.
Gosh, he was so close. Almost a completion there.
I thought he had it. It looked like it dropped right in his breadbasket. And unfortunately, he doesn't come away with 6 points because he was wide open. That was number 5, Quintavious Workman.
Yeah. Second time we've called his name. He had that big run there then where he kind of fumbled it. I thought that was going to be a touchdown right over the defender, and he was back behind the defense. It looks like we got a Syndicate player down.
We do, and it may be number 12, the starting quarterback. It is. That is William King III. Now, they do have a backup quarterback out of Southwest Baptist. That is Jaquan Dorsey, and we'll see if they have to use him because right now he's walking off the field very gingerly.
Yeah, it looks like number 7. That's Dorsey you were just mentioning. He's over on the far side there. He is coming in. Well, I mean, King's going to have to go off for at least one play.
But he's walking off like he may not be back for a few plays. Let's see, because here comes Jaquan Dorsey. He's 6'3", 215 pounds, again out of Southwest Baptist. And he's going to take over for the injured King for the time being, who took a wallop after he put that ball way downfield.
Oh,
and that, no, we're still, I thought it might have been in the end of the quarter, but the clock still says 32 seconds.
I don't know what happened there.
Unless they called an official timeout because of the injury, and they're going to let it play out, or what?
Well, they haven't started the clock yet.
No, we're going to keep it here anyway. Jim Van Geffen is talking to the crew. By the way, the officiating crew you're witnessing tonight, calling this game, most of them are actually from the TASO, the sports officials here in the local South Texas chapter. Jim is the only one from out of town. And also you have the game clock operator, Lee Weiner, and scoreboard Rudy Martinez, also a member of the Camel Club, which is a club of retired officials here in San Antonio, and they're handling those duties up here. But those guys right there, they're wearing the stripes. A lot of those are from San Antonio, and they're getting an education because they're going to have to ref a game that has NFL rules, and coming up here in just a few seconds, CFL rules in just a moment. There you see Jim taking his notes here, and as we're going to get back to action after the pause and play. This will be third down from the 35 now, after it looked like that was a sure touchdown. And we'll see if the backup quarterback is in. Oh, it's a fumble on the snap, and that's what happens when you have a backup quarterback. The ball is scooped up. Are they going to get back in for the touchdown? And it is a Toros touchdown off the scoop and score. Number 42 for the San Antonio Toros is a man that came in to make the big play, and that is number 42, Eddie Tusum.
6'5", 240, smart. That's what's not on the depth chart here or the roster. He knew the ball was on the deck. Scoop, score, number 42 puts it in the end zone for the Toros. Wow, they're back on the board again with defense.
Yeah, the defense doing their scoring. So watch what happens. The snap is low to the backup quarterback. You see the ball rolling around on the ground. Tusum has a wherewithal to pick up the ball at the 32-yard line and bring it back for the 32-yard touchdown.
That's that defense. That's that scoring defense, Greg, that I love to see. And we've seen for 3 games now. Every single game there's been some sort of defensive score. There's another one right there for Tusum.
Let's see if Kenneth Almendarez can add to it with the extra point. The kick is up, and it is good. So the Toros have taken a commanding lead as we wrap up this third quarter with just 19 seconds remaining. We'll keep it right here before we make that change. The Toros have now taken a 46-3 lead.
And look at this. I mean, this is what it's just a bad snap, a little bit low for the backup quarterback on his first snap, Dorsey, and then the ball's live on the ground. 42, Johnny on the spot. We just talked about Tusum. Scoop and score. You love to see when your defense gets themselves into scoring positions and then hanging points against your opponent.
That's just great heads-up football because the ball comes loose and then it gets kicked out across the line of scrimmage. Tusum is able to get in there, and that's with a whole bunch of people around the ball able to pick it up and run it in the end zone for the touchdown. That's just heads-up play is all that is.
It really is, and it shows the coaching that the Toros are running right there, and they got their head in the game, and I love to see that. I love to see defensive linemen with their head on the game, and they see a ball on the ground, scoop, score. That's what you need to think every time you see a ball on the deck, scoop, score, and they did it.
You know, the anticipation of that sometimes is just to fall on the ball where it is. But the athleticism that Tusum demonstrated that time, he's out of the University of Alabama at Birmingham, one of the teams that, remember, UTSA in their days faced against a lot here in San Antonio. But him making a name for himself is 6'5", 240 pounds. Coming in this game, had 13 tackles, 4 solo, 1 tackle for a loss, 1 pass breakup. But there he is with a scoop and score, his first of the season. And there, Almendarez is again unloading that leg. This time they're going to bring it out right at the end zone. Trying to cut back to the inside is our favorite kick returner. That is E.J. Howard for the Texas Syndicate, and he is leveled as he tried to add extra yards.
I like special teams. We talk about offense, talk about defense. This is special teams right here. When you get guys flying down the field, watch, he's going to come right out of the right side of your picture screen right there, number 21, Lumagio Hearns, 5'10", 170, but, man, he plays like about 230. He put the wood on him on special teams.
He's their starting quarterback, and as it works out, when you're even on a starter on defense, you have to play special teams in this league, and he does a great job with his speed. So back out on the field is William King III, having to sit out a few plays because of that injury. Was able to bounce back after the turnover. He'll just hand the ball off this time. Gets a nice hole coming up the middle. And that's 23, the backup, Raekwon Smith. That's able to add some yardage to that. And it's enough to pick up a first down right out of the gate, I believe.
Yeah, move the sticks, pick up the first down, and that's going to be the end of the third quarter.
So we're preparing to take you from the NFL or American football rules to Canadian football rules. When we return, the Toros leading by a score of 46-3 as we start the fourth quarter after this. Toros football on United Football Media.
I'm Stan Bedwell, head coach of the San Antonio Toros. As you can imagine, things get a little rough on the field. Twisted ankles, concussions, or even broken bones. And you see this happening in real time. But what you might not see is what happens behind the scenes. I send all my players to complete care because I know that they will be seen immediately, they will be diagnosed properly, and they'll be treated quickly so that we can get them back on the field fast. We look forward to an amazing season. We hope you come out and catch all the action. And if you have a little too much action for yourself, go to Complete Care.
Moon shines over Wheatley Heights, and there you saw the Canadian football rules being demonstrated to you and their difference here as we start the fourth and final quarter with a big lead for the San Antonio Toros, 46-3. There you see the men in motion as was demonstrated, handoff right up the middle. That is the backup running back, Raekwon Smith, and Smith is able to pick up a first down. Remember, only 3 downs to pick up a first down as we start this fourth quarter, but they didn't need that and then some. They did it all on the first down.
And that's what makes this Continental shift so exciting, and the Continental Football League really brings a whole unique aspect to this fourth quarter, and it makes it so electric, so exciting, and so different.
Haven't changed the down marker yet, so we'll have to educate the down marker at the 42, men in motion. Here goes the pass. It is in and out of the arms of the intended receiver on the far side. But I like the fact King is trying to make stuff happen in the process.
Yeah, good defense there by number 1, Chester Kimbrough. That's 6 foot 185, what I'll call him the lockdown corner out there. You don't see a lot of passes going to his side because he's a ball hawk, and he really likes to jump on those routes. And especially now that we're in the fourth quarter, especially now you know the advantage that the Syndicate have is they can go fast and they got guys in motion, which means they're almost at full speed by the time they hit that line of scrimmage. That's tough for a defensive back to get on their horses and keep up with a wide receiver. Great job by Chester Kimbrough.
You can see them all backing up here to try and get that running start. They got 3 in the back trying to get that running start, and there they go. The trick is to try and snap the ball before they get to the line of scrimmage. King rolls out. He flips it over the intended to the intended receiver, over the outstretched arms of the defender, and that goes to his backup running back again. That is Raekwon Smith.
Yeah, Raekwon, so just a little shovel pass out to the right. That's good job, King. Good awareness out there. Seeing Raekwon Smith was about 4 or 5 yards in front of him. He knew he wasn't going to get those 4 or 5 yards, so he flipped it out to the former Virginia State player, and then picks up a great yardage there for the Syndicate. And I like the fact that they're mixing up these play calls, but King's got a good head on his shoulders and is aware of where his players are.
But they're not going to take any chances. They bring in the punter, Owen Minster, here to try and kick the ball away at the third down, which is as far as you can go, Canadian football.
And just a reminder, by third down is fourth down in the fourth quarter.
Here goes the kick. Kick returner is back there. That looks like Ruby. It is. And he cuts back to the outside. He's got room to run. He's up to the 40, the 50. He's down to the 40. He's got one man to beat. Shakes him off. He's going to go all the way for the touchdown, perhaps, unless he's brought down from behind. And does he get into the end zone? The answer is no. He is stopped at the 2.5-yard line.
They tackled him, but not after a incredible run But I'm looking back here, and I'm seeing right at about the 35.5-yard line, the dreaded flag.
Oh, that's too bad.
Look at this return, though. Look at him bob and weave and the speed that he's able to get to. Again, Wayne Ruby coming in 6'1", 190. But look at this right here. They were almost going to bust on him that if he got tackled by the kicker, okay, that's harassment in the locker room. But great job. Good backside pursuit there by number 25 to bring him down. But not after the Toros put themselves in almost fantastic position if they didn't have the flag.
Sadly, they're bringing it all the way back due to holding against the Toros special teams. So you can rub out that unbelievable return for almost a touchdown. Got him down within the 2.5-yard line. But we're going to bring it back. The flag was thrown way back at the 31-yard line, and they'll start marking it off here in just a minute.
Yeah, Ruby's going to go get some water and maybe some oxygen over there.
I'll be down over to the ambulance asking for some oxygen for a little bit.
I'll join you in there, Greg.
Especially with the humidity. That's the other thing that people fail to realize, especially playing football this time of year. Not only is it hot, it is humid, and that's been the hardest thing to battle against is the heat index in San Antonio this time of year. We've actually had some heat warnings. They're going to mark the ball at the 27-yard line. Oh, no, further back. Sorry, we're not done yet marking it off.
Keep marking that one thing off. But as you were pointing out, heck, we just had some storms that blew through last night, so it's been humid all day.
Yeah.
And then it didn't get any better throughout the day, so they're playing out there in some pretty austere conditions as far as the heat and humidity.
I was looking at the flags earlier, and I don't think wind is a factor at all. In fact, that adds to that humid buildup that's really tough to play against. And in the fourth quarter, that can work against you. But the ball is marked all the way back to looks like the 17-yard line.
And as we saw in the last, looks like the Toros might take a timeout here. I don't think they're set up or ready.
Well, yeah, that's what Arn has just signaled. He needs a timeout because they were not ready. In fact, they were a man short. They were having to bring Cartness out to try and put 11 men on the field.
But if you'll notice, Will Arndt's back in. We saw that last week where, even the backup quarterback came in and did a great job. But the fourth quarter, you want your quarterback in who knows the rules and knows what he's got to play.
We want a break. Toros Football, United Football Media after this.
I'm Stan Bedwell, head coach of the San Antonio Toros. As you can imagine, things get a little rough on the field. Twisted ankles, concussions, or even broken bones. And you see this happening in real time. But what you might not see is what happens behind the scenes. I send all my players to complete care because I know that they will be seen immediately, they will be diagnosed properly, and they'll be treated quickly so that we can get them back on the field fast. We look forward to an amazing season. We hope you come out and catch all the action. And if you have a little too much action for yourself, go to Complete Care.
It's so easy to love Pick and Pull. Why? How about the largest inventory in South Texas? How about the ease of finding your part with our interchange and real-time inventory search at pickandpullsa.com? How about an organized yard and maps to find your parts, plus a shuttle? At Pick and Pull, we make it easy to save money on the quality used auto parts you need at a price you can afford.
More to pick, less pull for your budget. Now that's Pick and Pull.
And welcome back. Toros having a little conversation on the sidelines after they were unable to get their full team out on the field in time, so they were forced to call a timeout. But now they will take over possession after the holding call on the kick return. 1st and 10 at the 18-yard line. Will Arndt back in the game after being spared a little bit by Nate Hayden. He'll go over the middle. He's got a man open. It's Cam Eccles again at the 50, at the 40. He's got 2 men to beat. Can he get into the end zone? He's getting down to the 5, the 4. He's into the end zone for the touchdown.
Will Arndt, Eccles connection. Wow, what a touchdown for the Toros. And that was huge yardage by number 11, showing his speed. Cam Eccles getting in the end zone for the 2nd time.
84 yards on one play. Will Arndt to Cam Eccles. Remember how LeJean had our kind of attention early on in this season? Cam Eccles has been the guy that has really come on strong here in the second half of the season.
He really is. And when you look across the receivers, you got Luzon, you got Carpenter, you got Cardenas, you got Eccles, you got even their backs, Alonzo Grand, Devontae Price, all the before Price got hurt, and then Wayne Ruby, etc. That's a lot of weapons. I just called a lot of names for Will Arndt or Nate Hayden to find in the open space. That time, number 11, wide open, touchdown Toros.
All right, let's see if the extra point is good to just kind of pile on the points here. Snap is a little high. He gets it down in time. And let's see if they say it's good. And they do.
Another one.
And Amenderis is on point tonight. So are the Toros defense. So is their offense. So is their special teams to make it 53-3. And that's where we stay right now with that 84-yard touchdown. The one thing that impressed me about that was the speed that Eccles showed once he got that ball and just outran the two defenders.
It was a great pass by Arndt. So, of course, that's easy when you got a guy wide open. I say it's easy. Sometimes it's hard, and you miss that. But you do find your big wide receiver and speedy wide receiver. Look at him. Put both hands around that ball. He knew he was close to pay dirt off of that one. Great job by Cam Eccles taking it to the house for the Toros.
Well, he is certainly making a case for our player of the week or player of the game when we have that a little bit later for you. But just a great offensive performance after they started out a little slow on offense. You look at Arndt's numbers right now, 18 and 25 are 395 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's clearly his best performance of the season. And Eccles with 5 receptions for 179 yards and 2 touchdowns. Yeah. So there's going to be a debate, I'm sure, between us regarding whether it's Arndt or Eccles, but you can't go wrong either way tonight.
You can't go wrong. And at the end of the day, we're going to have some players, but what really matters is that that the Toros are more than likely going to hang here tonight, being up 53-3. But interesting enough, coaching never stops in football, and you know that, Greg. And especially when you see the coaching staff down there. Right at the tail end of that play, when all the players came over, it was Coach Bedwell, it was Will Arndt, and it was Nate Hayden, all huddled together, and they were talking. I love to see that. Even after a big play score, you still can critique of what did we do right, what did we do wrong, what are we going to do on the next play. And I love to see the 3 quarterbacks, even with Coach Bedwell being the head coach for the Toros. He was still a quarterback who can translate and relate to his quarterbacks. I love to see them all get together even after a big play like that.
All right, after the kick now, so they're going to bring it out to the 35, first down. The Texas Syndicate will try and see if they can get something going. Generally, the CFL rules are put into effect to take a person who is the underdog in the game and give them a chance to get back into the game. So far, these rules have actually worked in the favor of the team that is leading this game right now.
From what we've seen, we can see the potential of it, but, at the end of the day, it still comes down to football players have to execute at the end of the day.
So right now they're waiting for the play to come in. William King III. They're actually waiting for more players to come in. That's been the big problem, including their center. They're waiting on their center, Darren Wataski, to come into the game. So he'll snap the ball right away. The handoff goes to the guys who've leaned on here, Trey Sanders. He can't turn the corner in the process. He got back to the original line of scrimmage for second down.
We've called number 18 a couple times here tonight, Obi Melifonwu, 6'4", 224. Watch him introduce himself off this left edge right here, number 18. Cleans it up. After a great job, I think I was 25 or 26. I think I was Duran Hill coming in for the first hit like that. But, great job on the Toros defense to swarm on that ball.
Second down, let's see how they're stacking 5 in the box now. See if that forces a turnover because they're coming strong. There's a flag right at the line of scrimmage. King trying to roll out. He has dropped by coming in there from his defensive back position is number 17. That is Isaiah Brooks.
Yeah, but not after, and this is where it gets complicated. We talked about the receivers can be in motion, and okay, that's neat and cool and makes it exciting. Problem is you still can't go offside. You can't do a false start, go offside.
And that's what happened.
That top receiver, he was probably 4 or 5 yards down the field.
And I'll be honest with you, I think they've been giving him a little leeway because I've noticed they've gotten past the ball before it snapped a couple of times. That time they were way past the ball.
On the top side there. And again, that's timing, that's practice, and that all comes during the week before you get out here on the game. Because once those receivers are in motion, you got to go.
Well, and part of the problem was the center didn't get out there till late, so that messes up the timing right away. So that forces a third down, and again, in Canadian football rules, you have to punt the ball, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Owen Minster is the man back. And they're going to go with Wayne Ruby again. He's just been a delight on the kick returning chores tonight. And he's standing back at his own 37-yard line.
More flags.
Nope, more flags. Check that. That's Chris Carpenter there. He's got the man, and he's got the ball, and he's got room to run, and he's going to the outside, and he gets all the way down to the 40 before he's dropped. But there are penalties, and there's another penalty marker. This is going to be extracurricular activity after the play is dead.
That's going to be the dead.
And that's going to be
dead ball category.
And
we don't like to see that.
Looks like that's going to go against the Toros. So I see one of the referees coming in telling them to leave the field. That's enough of that.
Yeah.
And we'll see what the first flag was about. So they're going to have to work this out to see if it's the penalties on both the Toros or one on each team.
Well, we know the dead ball here at the tail end.
That's going to go.
But really, the first flags. I mean, again, we're back to just like when they were kicking off, and the flag comes out of the ref's pocket like immediately when the ball's in the air. I don't know what's going on there. Either it's an adjustment or I don't know that on the special teams there. But this is like the third time they've thrown that flag there on the special teams against the Syndicate.
That's Jim Van Geffen, who's the lead referee, is having a discussion with James Champagne. And he has a great story. He's a disabled vet, by the way, who's in here coaching for this team. So he's one of our veterans that are actually being honored tonight. Stan Bedwell's been getting an explanation from the umpire over here on the near sidelines. And on the far sidelines, Champagne is also getting that explanation as well. And I think what the caution is going now is got to settle this down.
Well, yeah, I mean, and we saw this chippiness at the very beginning of the game. The last time they played, we've seen a little bit of it getting chippy throughout this game. You certainly don't want it manifesting itself again here in the fourth quarter with 10 minutes left. Hey, when you're up 53-3, you got to keep your level head.
Well, and I think that's what the officials are doing, trying to take control of this game now before it gets out of control.
Well, and Coach Bedwell's going to be – he'll clean that up. I mean, him and his coaching staff, they won't put up with mental errors like that or bad flags like that. And, you know, you can't shoot yourself in the foot. Not now, not at this late stage in the game, and especially not when you got a lead like this.
So, by all indications, and I haven't seen one officially, it's going to be offsetting penalties because the ball is being placed again back at the 35-yard line.
Correct.
And they're going to punt the ball away again. So, they're just replaying the down. So, apparently it was offsetting penalties.
Okay, well, let's get back to the punt.
Let's get back to where we were. And then another flag. Come on. That's got to be delay a game, don't you think?
It's in that category, that's for sure.
Unless there is some, procedure
illegal
penalty.
Substitution again.
Okay, once again, that's been their biggest problem for the Texas Syndicate tonight is they haven't been able to get the men they needed on the field or off the field in a timely fashion. And that particular time, they got whistled for it again. So that's going to cost them another 5 yards. So that moves it back to the 30, and they'll just try to kick again.
Well, I mean, coming out of the third quarter, they already had 11 penalties for 55 yards. And for me, if my only critique on the Syndicate, those penalties are killing them. They get a little bit of momentum, they get a little bit of a vibe going on their offense, and then they kill themselves by a penalty.
Unusual for this deep in the season, but there's a bad snap, but he's able to scoop it up and get rid of it. Minster does a great job of bringing that ball in. A fair catch is called for. Remember, there's no such thing as a fair catch, so wait a minute, they're calling time? There's no such thing as a fair catch, remember?
Fair catch
and there's the penalty. There it is, right? Because, and forgot about it because we're in the fourth quarter, but there you cannot call a fair catch. You do have a 5-yard halo around you.
Correct.
But again, that's one of the things you have to learn. Ruby is learning along with the rest of us here, but you cannot signal a fair catch. You have to catch the ball and run with it. Do something with it.
He realized it, but he realized it too late. Watch, he called for the fair catch,
and
he's like, right about here, he's like, that's right. We can't do fair catches, so he tries to take off.
I'll run now. Too late.
He tried to correct his mistake. I give it to Ruby. He gave it his best effort.
Good job, Ruby. Good try. There you see the head coach of the Texas Syndicate. That is James Champagne. By the way, he runs a D1 training and speed and strength and conditioning. His motto up in Bernie, by the way, energy, effort, execute together, tough, and tempo. So he is in the San Antonio area, and he does work out of a D1 training facility up in Bernie. So first down at the 35, where have we heard that before? And just go with a give this time going up the middle. He's got room on the outside. Jackson does, but he's going to be met. And now there's another flag. Could be face mask on that. When you see a guy trying to turn the corner, oftentimes that's a face mask penalty because he was getting swarmed at the time.
Well, I can tell you from a defensive side, here's where it gets challenging, is you start getting your hands flying, and sometimes you grab face mask or you get behind the collar or something and drag it around. But we got Nate Hayton, he's back in the game here for the Toros here in the fourth quarter.
Not a bad idea. Protect your quarterback here with this big lead and give Hayton a chance to shine.
And shine
mask
underneath the Continental rules.
Mm-hmm. And there's the
face mask calls against the Texas Syndicate.
All right, so that's face mask against Syndicate.
I thought I saw him signal something towards the Toros, but if that's the case, then it would be offsetting.
It would be offsetting.
It is, because I did see him point towards the Toros as well. So that means it's offsetting penalties. So we'll just, again, replay first down at the 35.
So, folks, y'all forget that even happened. Let's start that all over again. All right, quiet guy Luzon at the top of your screen, folks, right there at about the 35-yard line. Watch him.
Nate Hayton in the backfield with some help. 2 in the backfield with him. He's going to look to pass right out of the gate, over the middle, and it's intercepted. It's picked off at the 40-yard line, bringing it back with some help. Gets out of bounds and slung out of bounds at the 35. Unless he came up with that.
No, that's a pick right there, and that was just a bad decision, throwing it right into traffic. He did not see number 22, who was spying him right back there on that, and he just broke on that ball perfectly. He was trying to get to his outside crossing receiver, but number 22 just walks away with a good pick and gets the Syndicate offense back out on the field.
You've heard the term before, reads the quarterback eyes. That's exactly what happened. Nate looked right down the middle, and he was waiting for that ball to be released, and he broke to the ball as soon as it came out. And came up with a turnover. Second turnover of the game given up by the Toros.
Most coaches, at least quarterback coaches teach, your eyes are not going to lie. If you're looking somewhere, that's where the defense is going to go. So, just the little things at this level, your eye lines, your sight. Are you giving the play away at the beginning? Or are you trying to sell something else? That all runs through a quarterback's head.
All right, now looking at their backup quarterback, Jaquan Dorsey is in the game. He fires over the left side. Does he make the catch? Looks like he got his hands underneath it in time. And so they'll go with a backup quarterback as well, Jaquan Dorsey out of Southwestern Baptist. There you see number 7. He looks to his left, is able to fire it over. He's a left-handed quarterback too, so something extra.
Yeah, and he found number 26 out there. That's Ivan Thomas.
And they're going to give him credit for it. I thought maybe he lost a handle at the end, but it's second down and a very short one. And the ball is being marked at the 23-yard line. He's got one man in the backfield, slot to the right. He'll make the handoff, pushing his way up here, getting the first down in the process. That is Raekwon Smith. And Smith is finally brought down, but not before he picks up the first down.
Yeah, and I like to see 4, if not 5, red Toros jerseys around every single tackle right here. Look at this. I'll give it to the running back there. Kept his legs going, but that's real tough when you got 5 red jerseys all circling on you to take you down.
And marking at the 21, so first down and 10 now for the Syndicate. Oh, they say they're showing third? No, that can't be possible because they moved the chains all the way down. Well, they're going to go for the kick. They're showing third, so they'll go for the kick.
They're going to go for the points.
So they're going to go for the points. The ball's marked at the 30-yard line. It'll be a 40-yard attempt for number 47, Jaron Ibrahimi. The ball is up, and let's say the kick is good. It's going left, I believe, and it is. Oh, they say it is inside the uprights. It is good. So the second field goal given up by this defense. Just 6 points allowed, but still, that's the second time they have given up a field goal in this game. Time to take a break. San Antonio Toros football continues on United Football Media.
It's good to be different.
Big Red, deliciously different.
game. Was a field goal. It was good, 53-6. So the second 3 points given up by this Toro defense, but so far have kept them out of the end zone in the process.
They have. I mean, but, we're still 53-6. Syndicate's not giving up here in the fourth quarter. 6:20 left. We still got some ball game left.
So in the backfield, that is Nate this time. He'll just need the delayed handoff right up the middle, and that's Jalen Jackson showing that speed. And look how fast he is.
I tell you.
He gets that first down on his first carry.
You're absolutely right. Watch how fast. Quick handoff. Boom. Now watch. It's like he shot out of a cannon, man. We're not speeding this up, folks. That's real time right there. He is fast and speedy and elusive because he's a small back out of the backfield. That makes it tough for linebackers to find him.
All right, puts that at the 50-yard line right at midfield. First down and 10. Well, that defense has got to be very tired for the Texas Syndicate. They have been on that field a long time tonight.
Yeah, and trying to keep up with the wide receivers running down the field, that exhausts you quick.
Pretty standard formation that time for the Toros. And again, Jalen Jackson just finds a hole in the right side, bounces off. He's close to another first down and just a second carry this possession.
Hard running. I tell you, Jalen Jackson just impresses me, Mo. We talked about him coming out of Iowa State, got impressive, almost ESPN stats. But look at him. He's going to come right in your living room. Boom, look at that. Fast, elusive, smaller back. I like it. But, man, he can take some hits and pick up yardage right there, first down.
They give him the first down of the 40. And watch the left side of that line. LaColby Tucker has been going at it with one of the defenders, and I don't know if I want to poke the bear at 6'9", 330 pounds.
No, I would run the opposite direction.
So again, Nate Hayden in at quarterback. He'll pass the ball over, and he's got LeJean over there. LeJean shakes the tackle, and he's going to pick up some extra yards. He may get in the end zone. They say stepped out. He stepped out, did not get in the end zone, but picked up a lot of extra yards in the process. They're going to mark him out at about the 10-yard line where he stepped out of bounds.
Climbed the ladder and got that ball at the high point. That's why you love those big, tall receivers. But look what else he does. Again, yards after catch. He did step out at the 10-yard line. If not, he would have been in the house.
So that just means another first down and goal for the San Antonio Toros with 4:15 left in this game.
We've been here before.
Wow, this game did not look like it was going to be this kind of a scoring game for the Toros, but here we are, 53-6 with just over 4 minutes to play in this game.
Low score in the first quarter, and then it just kind of turned right itself on there at the tail end of the first half, and then definitely the second half.
Yeah, that run by Henry really helped set him off with the 25-yard run. Here we go again into the end zone, and it's tipped and almost caught, but it falls incomplete. Good defense. Wayne Ruby was over there trying to make a play out of that after he got tipped.
Trying to fight, great defense by number 31 of the Syndicate over there. He played that ball perfectly at the high point. That's Pleasant Johnson. He's coming out of Southern Utah, 6'1", 190. Watch this right here. Hayden just kind of tries to float the ball up there, but this is a jump ball. It's 50-50. Who wants it more? That time right there, good angle, good prop. Right, I like that defense by number 31.
I just want to say his first name tonight for the first time, Lakaria Pleasant Johnson.
There it is. I went with the safe route and just went Johnson.
Well, you're the smartest man on the planet. That's why. Second down. Again, Hayden. Quick pass over there. Cannot get a handle on it. Once we tried to turn and pivot at the same time, and Jalen Jackson just couldn't bring it in.
Even at this level, you sometimes forget the things you were taught in youth football, and that is the first rule in catching. You got to catch it. You got to get your hands on the ball, and you got to make that reception.
Guess who's
But
back
we're at the 3-minute mark, and that's going to put a pause here on the game.
Exactly. Instead of the 2-minute warning, now the 3-minute warning. We'll take the break with them. San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media.
Wheatley Heights Sports Complex.
How's it going, guys? I'm Ace, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about WeFunder. So let's answer that first question. What is WeFunder? WeFunder is an investment crowdsourcing platform that allows everyday people to invest in private companies they believe in. Instead of only major investors getting early access, WeFunder gives fans and supporters the chance to get involved too. That means through WeFunder, you're not just cheering us on from the sidelines, but you can become a part of our story. So in simple terms, you're investing to back us now. And once we hit our goals, your safe will turn into stocks, which will then grow in value as the Toros grow in value. These stocks you can hold on to as an owner of the Toros, or you can sell for a profit on WeFunder. This is just a part of the funding that helps us grow the right way. We've already raised more on WeFunder than any other American football team ever has in the company's history. That tells us one thing very clearly. People believe in what we're building in San Antonio. So what do you think? Are you ready to join the Stampede?
Welcome back to Wheatley Heights Stadium in San Antonio. San Antonio Toros now attempting another field goal from Kenneth Almendares. This is marked at the 18-yard line, so it'll be a 28-yard attempt. It's been right in his range. And remember, you have to back up one.
Got to get that 1 yard.
Educate him on the 1 yard rule, if you will, of somewhat of a halo offset for the defense. Has to be 1 yard off the line of scrimmage in Canadian football rules. So they made that adjustment. Here's a snap, a little low, but he gets it up, and we'll see if it's good. And they say it is good. So the field goal attempt is another one secured from the 27 yards out. And Kenneth Almendares has just done a fantastic job tonight.
5 field goals on the night. That is the difference maker, in my opinion, of the Toros offense, is to have that guy Almendares in your back pocket ready to come out and get you some scores if you need it. If you can't punch it in, he'll do it for you. 4 field goals on the night. Almendares putting points on the board again for the Toros.
That's just a great story for that young man. Comes in here, 6'2", 252 pounds, out of Louisiana. Came into the game, 18 of 21 on extra points. 3 of 6 field goals, with his 44 being the longest of his career with the Toros. But 46-yard now, it set a new career high with the Toros this evening. And really and also, here's the one kind of odd stat. He's 2 for 2 on rouges. Yep. So that means we saw one of them just
yes, we did.
The last game here. That was for 1 point.
He dropped it.
And he did not get a handle on it, and down he goes.
Yeah, that was a bad drop right there, but 26. He had the great option. He was wide open on the outside, right down the hash marks right there. Just didn't do that. Again, that number 1 rule. If you're going to catch the ball, you got to catch it first. Don't run until you catch the ball. And you can see the replay right here. Just took his eyes right off the ball, and it dropped.
The ball at the 35, second down. See if they can get something going here. He's going to roll to his right. That's the backup quarterback still in the game. Shakes off one would-be tackle, keeps it, tries to get back to the line of scrimmage. He does, and picks up a couple of yards in the process. That is Jaquan Dorsey.
Yeah, Dorsey just trying to make lemonade out of lemons off of that one. He really didn't have a whole lot to work with, but he did the best he could, picked up some positive yards. I still haven't seen the down. I thought he went way past the line of scrimmage, so they've got the down marker over there.
No, the down marker is not where it's supposed to be.
He
went out of bounds at about the 40-yard line,
That's
I would
what
say.
I thought.
So it's still going to be third down. He didn't pick up enough to be the first down, so they do have their punter in the game. That is Owen Minster. And, of course, back to receive, our buddy.
Oh, yeah. The dangerous, the speedy.
Wayne Ruby.
That guy.
Number 6.
He can do all kinds of special things back there on special teams.
Still having trouble getting their team set up here. And there you see the flag, which we were expecting to see anyway. And that's been their biggest problem with the Texas Syndicate tonight, is just getting the amount of players they need to be in the game on special teams, on defense, on offense. They've struggled in all phases of the game just trying to get their lineups right.
They really have. And sometimes, organizations, and we take it for granted as we're watching football that, everybody's got under control. Well, they've got to deal with personnel changes, in and out, injuries, all these things that can really change up your dynamics. You got to really have players that are locked into the game and ready to go in, and they know what they're going to do.
Moves them back to the 33-yard line for their third down, and the low snap, but Minster's able to get it off. Ruby's back to receive it. He's going to have to chase it down a little bit, but he's going to let it bounce, and they clock it right at about the 32-yard line, where the Toros will take over for their last possession of the game.
Well, just a quick recap here. You got Carpenter with the receiving touchdown. You got Almendares with 4 field goals on the night. Henry with the rushing touchdown. Eccles with 2 receiving touchdowns. Ruby with another reception. And then Tusum with that scoop score right there. The Toros have just been hitting on all cylinders.
He just showed 4-0 because it was wound the clock, and that's the end of the game.
That's it.
The San Antonio Toros have won, as you just saw, their 4th game of the season. They go 4-0 by defeating the Texas Syndicate tonight by a final score of 56-6. Albeit they did give up their first points of the season, but I think they more than made up for it by outscoring them by 50 points in the process. We'll wrap it up for you here with our postgame show, and we'll pick The best high school football coverage can only be found on Texas Sports Productions, on the app, streaming, and on TV. Your favorite high school sports only on Texas Sports Productions, each and every week for free.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
We are back live. Beautiful half moon that hangs over Fine Stadium, Wheatley Heights and east side of San Antonio with a 56-6 final. The Toros over the Syndicate here. This was going to be their toughest challenge here in the second half of the season, and it proved to be early on. But wow, some just big plays helped, to spread that lead out to 56-6. And there are three players we believe should be player of the game, and we're going to have to debate that now. Kenneth Almendarez, who had, four field goals tonight? And he also had his career high 46 tonight with the San Antonio Toros. Then you have Will Arndt, who performed unbelievable, 18-25, 394 yards and 3 touchdowns.
One pick.
He did have one pick, one bad play, also sacked twice. But you also had Cam Eccles, who I thought played a remarkable game tonight with 5 receptions, 179 yards, and 2 TDs. If you were that kind of guy, tagged with making that decision, which you are now.
I am now.
Mr. Ken, who are you going to pick?
Well, we've got a lot of options. And, we've actually seen some better options in previous games because you spread the ball around as we see the first touchdown right there by Carpenter. But I got to go with Eccles. He just impresses me with not only his ability, but, Cam Eccles, he just knows how to get himself open. He knows how to present his big number 11 to the quarterback to find him, and they found him twice here tonight for 2 receiving touchdowns. So congratulations to number 11, Cam Eccles, for being a player of the game.
And let's not forget what the defense was able to do, including that 32-yard scoop and score by Tucson. Yeah. That certainly was worthy of mentioning tonight. But again, combined great effort by all phases of the game, offense, defense. Offense took a little while to get going, but when they did, they were firing in all 8s. Defense also took a little while to get going, but when they did, they were firing all 8s. And it sets up for a great game next week when they travel to Midland to take on Tall City on June the 28th. That's a Sunday night at 7 p.m. in Midland. And remember, Tall City was a team they beat back in week 3, 59-0.
Yeah.
But now they have a little bit more of an advantage because they're not having to travel. They're not having to travel, get out, play the game, travel back. They're at home, so they're going to have a little bit of advantage there. But that's how they're going to close out at least their road series or road season for the San Antonio Toros next week.
Well, and let's not overlook the fact defensive performance here tonight. We came into tonight's game 0 points scored against the Toros. They had 6 points scored on tonight, 2 field goals, still no touchdowns.
No TDs given up.
2 field goals, though, and rightfully so with the leg of Ibriani with his 2 field goals. But still, hey, that's not too bad right there from a defensive side. We talk about the offensive side and their production, defensive side, and then, hey, let's just go nuts on special teams. Special teams showed up here today and tonight and really pulled through for the Toros.
Got more to talk about here. We owe you another break here. When we come back, the Toros with a resounding victory tonight to go 4-0 on the season with a spectacular 56-6 final here at Wheatley High Stadium. San Antonio Toros football continues on United Football Media.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
The best high school football coverage can only be found on Texas Sports Productions, on the app, streaming, and on TV. Your favorite high school sports only on Texas Sports Productions, each and every week for free.
San Antonio, it's time to light up the night with Bangers Fireworks. From backyard fun to sky-filling finales, Bangers has the biggest selection at the best prices. We're proud partners of the San Antonio Toros. Visit us at any of these 4 locations. Bangers Fireworks. Best fireworks at the best prices.
I'm Stan Bedwell, head coach of the San Antonio Toros. As you can imagine, things get a little rough on the field. Twisted ankles, concussions, or even broken bones. And you see this happening in real time. But what you might not see is what happens behind the scenes. I send all my players to complete care because I know that they will be seen immediately, they will be diagnosed properly, and they'll be treated quickly so that we can get them back on the field fast. We look forward to an amazing season. We hope you come out and catch all the action. And if you have a little too much action for yourself, go to complete care.
Welcome back as players and relatives celebrate the victory for the San Antonio Toros tonight, 56-3 over the Texas Syndicate. That is their 4th win of the season to go 4-0. None better in the Continental Football League. The San Antonio Toros, Ken, and your final thoughts.
They're tearing it up. And I tell you, the Toros are hitting on all cylinders right when they needed to. And heck, I'll even go back. They've been hitting on the right cylinders since game 1. So I'm very proud of the fact that the San Antonio Toros have really rocked it this entire season so far and only had 6 points, 2 field goals scored on them the whole season. They're hitting and they're rolling right at the perfect time, Greg.
There's a quarterback who has a future in this league and, of course, in a future in other leagues, perhaps.
Potentially.
And remember, a lot of what goes into the Continental Football League is trying to progress these players past this league and showcasing them as such as we're doing here tonight. There were scouts in the press box tonight. Remember, NFL training camps are starting in a few weeks in July, late July for most of them. So this is an opportunity for these guys to not only play football, but also probably or perhaps take that next step, and Will certainly hopes to be one of those guys.
Yeah, he does. And he's got the skill set. He's got the knowledge. He's got the QB1 mentality that you want for your starting quarterback. And I tell you, he's on a roll here with the Toros, utilizing all his weapons that he can, to include sitting down with some of the fans there at the tail end of the that was a great move there on the touchdown.
Great crew work tonight. Reminds you that after tonight's game, the Toros will travel to Midland to take on Tall City Black Gold, the same team they took on just a couple of weeks ago and won 59-0. That game will be on June the 28th, a Sunday at 7 p.m. That will be on the road in Midland, and we hope to bring you that as well through other venues of United Football Media. Well, that's going to wrap it up here. Ken Lucas, thank you very much for all your insight this evening. Thanks to Mark Kutzenberger for developing all those stats for us tonight. Did a great job of keeping us informed. And thanks to our Texas Sports Production crew. Travis Butts and Havana Montez, our directors. James Oakes, Jonathan Miranda, and Juan Luna, our cameraman. Bradley Riley was our red cap tonight. And the president and co-founder of Texas Sports Productions, Jay Riley. This is San Antonio Toros football. The final score, once again, 56-6. And we will see you next time. Congratulations, going 4-0.
July 11th. July 6th.
That was the whole. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start the press conference. First up, we're going to start with the Austin Syndicate. We have Coach Champagne, Raekwon Rabbit-Smith, and Jaron Ebriani. First, Coach Champagne will say a few words, then we will open it up for questions.
Hi, everyone. I'm Coach Champagne. Thank y'all all for being here and hosting us tonight. Congrats to the Toros for doing what they needed to do, and shout out to our guys with the Texas Syndicate from essential personnel, front office, coaches, players for doing what we can, what we had out there tonight. So that's all I got to say right now.
Coach.
Second time playing these guys, y'all were still pretty good in the first half. Do you think the second half, maybe a lack of depth or something kind of wore y'all down in that second half?
Yeah, depth kind of hurt us. Everybody's at that point in the season where it's the middle of the season, at least for our journey, where it's knick-knack injuries and things of that nature. So we were hurting in some areas, right? Offensive line, a little bit in the defensive line, a little bit in the secondary for sure. So, but still, we still got to go with our principles and our rules and still put out a better performance. So.
And Coach, this Toros team, it is a good team. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like there is things that you can still take from this game and put them forward in the upcoming weeks to make sure y'all continue to get better?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You know, our kicking game got a hell of a lot better. So shout out to our kicker Jaron and his unit that helped out. Defensively, we're still sloppy in areas, but forced some turnovers, got some sacks, and then we ran the ball with the times we did run the ball with the lack of depth in the offensive line, and even with the running backs a little bit because some of them were knocked up. We did some things. So when we trust what we see and trust what we know, good things normally happen. So, yep.
All right, Coach. Thanks for the interview. Appreciate
you. Yes, sir.
You.
Thank you.
Good evening, Coach. Well, it was a tough night against a very hot Toros team. What challenges did the Toros present that your squad couldn't overcome tonight, especially after that close score at the beginning?
I mean, we beat ourselves a lot with the small things from an alignment standpoint here and there. The amount of people on the field that need to be on the field, so small non-scheme and play things is what beat us. You know, Toros are a great team, but this was mental errors on us and myself, and I take full responsibility for it on all three sides of the ball. So we just got to do the tiny things well, like we've always said throughout the season, and especially in the second half that didn't go our way, but we don't make the same mistake twice, so we'll bounce it back.
All right, this question is for Jerome. So I think you did a much better job this game than you had the game against Tulsa City that you had earlier, where you were kind of struggling with kicking. So how do you feel now after you had a very successful night?
Obviously, after a successful night, especially after a rough game, like I kind of mentioned, rough last couple of games, it's always like our coach says, you got to make new memories, you got to bounce back, you got to be pros out here. Especially with obviously my position is very particular in every single thing I do. It's very much highlighted, obviously. Also, every time I do something good, it's highlighted. Every time I do something bad, it's highlighted. So being a big, like I call a mental monster, just got to get my mind right and just know that I got to trust my body and just do what I know how to do best.
And Rabbit? I believe that you had a pretty good performance, especially toward the end of the game. You were grinding out some good runs. How do you feel after your performance tonight?
I feel decent. I feel good. I mean, at the end of the day, we didn't get to win, so that still hurts. But you only can do but so much. Do your 111. We got to come together as a team and not, turn each other when we go down. When it's like a two-score game, we arguing already. We got to just come together and stay focused because a two-game situation is like pick or a fumble, But if we just stay together and not argue and everything, stuff would be good.
Gentlemen, how's it going? Jason from Texans Talk Your Football. Great to see you guys. Obviously, did not go the way that you guys wanted it to go. You guys were in it in the first quarter for sure. Things kind of started falling apart. What is the plan to bounce back from this for your next game that's coming up?
Oh, the plan is to get back to doing the tiny things well, going into next week and look at the tape and see what went well and see what we need to fix and focus on 1 or 2 areas, master those areas. That's something that we always talk about as a team. You can have 10 things, right, but master 2 to 3 things. The quicker you do that, the quicker we can go on to the next thing. So that'll be the mentality going into next week.
Excellent, excellent.
Yes, sir.
All right, good job, guys. We'll see you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Coach. Jay Riley. Coach, I know one thing, you're going to look down on that stat sheet and see 13 penalties.
Yes, sir.
And not be real happy with that. How do you get the guys to be a little more disciplined going down the road, especially when you play a team as good as the Toros?
Yeah.
You got to be on your game.
Yeah, I mean, can't be sloppy. That's the bottom line. You got to know what to expect. Got to do the small things well as far as lining up, not doing anything after the whistle. It was revealed today, so all we can do is fix it, and that's what we're going to do. The way we practice, we're going to still practice with tempo and things of that nature, but we'll start calling things. We can rep it out so that way it's second nature when we're in the game.
Do the Continental Football League rules throw you guys off? I know have y'all ever played in the Canadian Football League to start with? But number 2, if you haven't, that's a real different deal with a 20-second play clock.
Yeah, I haven't played in the Canadian Football League before, but I guess I'm blessed with the kicking is still kicking in every single league you kind of do. Yes, there's kind of minor tweaks, and there's like rouges, and the kickoffs are kind of like more college, the field's wider, but for me at the end of the day, kicking's kicking.
Right.
I guess that's why I get blessed with, doing the job that I do, is doing the same thing every single time. Obviously, game situation-wise, being 3 downs instead of 4 downs, you really got to make sure you're paying attention. Maybe when it's, you have first down, second down, you're already mentally have to get ready to go. So obviously, on my end, it's going to get big, and obviously the whole team-wise, we just got to get ready, and we do a great job practicing, making sure we rep that so we get as much game-like situation to practice, and then all of us just got to be mentally ready. Just got to go play ball at the end of the day too.
I'd like to get your impressions of it as well.
Yeah, I never played in the Canadian League. Hope to do play one day, but nah, we just prepare every day. We go over it in practice, just going over it, make sure we know the rules, know how to time the ball, just make sure we align right. The little details and everything. Once we do that, then we know we'll be successful. You only get 3 downs. So the 1 and 2, you got to win the first down. And you don't win the first down, is you behind the chains. And if you behind the chains, it's 2nd and 10. It's like,
that's a great
you got
point.
1 play left. Like, what you going to do? We got to make some shake. So, I mean, we're going to get better at that. We got 2 games left, and we're going to rock out.
Drastic, but he's such a warrior, so thank God.
I saw the hit.
He is.
I'd still be on the ground.
He is.
You've got Tall City next?
No, we have Texas Herd.
Texas Herd next.
Texas Herd, yes, sir.
Talk about prep for that game.
So we'll watch the game where they played. We started kind of watching it anyway when we played Midland the first time, so we'll watch that first game of them, and then I think they played tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Did they play tonight? Did they?
No.
Okay. So we'll look at that tape on them, do some research with some connects that we know, and start putting that plan together. So looking forward to that.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
These guys need to head north, and we need to them up and
Okay, that will do it for our section with the Austin Syndicate. Next up, we will have the San Antonio Toros. It will be with head coach Stan Bedwell, linebacker Eddie Tewsome, and quarterback Will Arndt.
I'm going to update your stats and send it to you. Guys, y'all have a safe trip. We'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Where's the Velada vodka this time?
What's that?
Yeah. Where's the vodka we had? I need a drink.
I didn't get any of that either, so.
Again, we have head coach Stan Bedwell, linebacker Eddie Tusum, and quarterback Will Arndt. We will start with Coach Bedwell saying a few words and then open it up for questions.
I mean, I think last time when we played these guys, it was 24-0 mid-second quarter, and we didn't score the rest of the time, and I thought that a lot of that was self-inflicted, that we just didn't make the plays that were there for us, and I thought today was probably the most complete overall game we played. Our kicker Kenneth Almendarez saved us a lot with he was fantastic, finishing some drives for us, but that's something. Still, we're happy with the result, but it's something we still have to be better at because, 56-6 could have been, 70-6, 77-6 with us just converting some, plays where we need 1 yard. Had a few interceptions in the end zone, things like that. So there's still room for improvement for us as well. But overall, I'm very happy. Most complete game we played.
Hi, I have a question for Eddie. What was going through your head whenever you picked up that fumble and ran it all the way down?
Really just go score. So, yeah, that's why I saw it was a fumble snap, so I saw the ball on the ground, went and grabbed it, hit a spin move on the first dude, and just took it. I don't know how many yards, maybe like 30 something. Scored. Yeah. That's really all it was. In my head, I was like, I got to score this when I grabbed the ball, so yeah.
And then my other question is, obviously you're on the defensive side. Do them scoring the 6 points, does that affect y'all? Like, is y'all's morale down because of that, or what's going on?
I wouldn't say it's down. It's a little disappointing, but at least it was 6 points, but it was 2 field goals, so at least it wasn't a touchdown. And I guess they were lucky enough to get in the red zone on us. But, yeah, we held them off pretty good. That first quarter start for us was kind of slower than we expected, but we ended up bouncing back for the rest of the game. So I think we'll be good. We'll be all right.
And, Will, do you feel that this game might have been tougher than y'all's first encounter, or?
Different. I think as an offense, it's always good to see someone a second time because you think you have a chance to kind of see the personnel and see the looks. But we've always said from day one it's been about us. And like Coach said, we just executed better, played a more complete game, and really had to work for it because our defense was letting up, a whopping 6 points. So we really felt the pressure to score a lot of points. But no, I'm really proud of our group. I thought it was a really solid game overall. And that said, I know there's things we can work on and get better at, but we're just worried about us and setting the standard for this league.
And Coach, do you feel that y'all will finish stronger now, like towards the end of the season compared to?
I mean, I hope so. Like I had said last week, and if we're still counting now, I think we're under 15 practices so far, which is a lot of times what a training camp is. So, with such a short camp and such a short season, obviously we're going to gel more and more the more time we get to coach these guys, the more they learn to understand what we want from them. And the closer we all gel as a unit. So, yeah, I firmly believe that our best football is still to come.
Thank you. Big boy, see us on Instagram.
Hey, Coach. Jason, Texans Talking Football here. So you knew that Texas Syndicate was looking to try and get some kind of a revenge game going into this game. And first quarter, they definitely tried to play really tough against you guys. What adjustments did you make from the last game to this game in preparation, if you will, for this to kind of overcome what they were going to throw at you?
I don't know if we really made adjustments necessarily just, for the Syndicate, but again, with us having such few practices, there's still so much of the offense that we haven't even put in yet. And so this week we put in a half roll package that takes a lot more shots downfield. And as you saw, we threw the ball deep a lot more than we have. So it's something that, first time we played a team for the second time, they've seen us run similar plays every single game. And so coming out and giving them some different looks was something that I think was very beneficial for us.
Excellent. And then, Will, looking at your stats, you had 394 yards. That's got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, the pick, though. That's where my eyes go early, but
the pick's never fun. But overall, you'd have to say you had a pretty good performance today, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just really proud of the guys. There were some things said in the last game and throughout this week from those other guys, and as a group, I thought we did a really good job. And the thing I was most proud of tonight is to see how much the guys on my side of the ball had my back and respond and really put these guys away. So, yeah, sure, the numbers are great and all that, but I thought it was just a really good, balanced performance on the offensive side of the ball. And obviously, as a team, our defense is a bunch of studs, and they make us better. It's hard going against these guys in practice, and it makes the games that much easier. So, yeah, solid, but always room for improvement.
Excellent, excellent. And then on the defensive side of the ball, what were you expecting to see from the Syndicate tonight, and what adjustments did you have to make from that first quarter to the second quarter to be able to kind of shut them down and keep them only to 6 points today?
Really the biggest adjustments, well, we expected a lot of RPOs from them, which they still kind of did, and the biggest adjustments was just with that sniffer. We in the first quarter, us as players weren't communicating with the coach with the sniffer. We had an adjustment call for it. We just weren't communicating with the coach with the call we were doing. We were making the wrong calls, and that's really what the biggest thing was in the first few drives. That's why they kept getting those big plays. And, yeah, that was pretty much it.
Excellent, excellent. Well, you guys played a heck of a game. Very proud to be a fan of you guys. Appreciate it.
Great shoes.
Well, thank you.
And great pulled pork sandwiches, by the way, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Texas talking football. We know how to barbecue.
You guys have a hell of a tailgate over there.
Appreciate you, Coach.
Coach, it's great to finally meet you, and I appreciate you for reposting my tweets after every game.
Yes, sir.
My name is Morgan Weezer. I'm a student at the University of the Incarnate Word. I'm also the sideline reporter for Incarnate Word. For you, as you always talk about how difficult it is to play, especially with the Canadian football rules, can you talk about how you guys adjusted and jailed since game one? With those rules, especially?
Well, I think game one we were it was a bit strange. Guys like Will have done it for a long time. For me, it was something that was brand new territory, and I feel like maybe that first game we were trying to reinvent the wheel a bit with some of the things we were doing. And, each game we've kind of worked into just finding ways to run our base offense, with those motions. So, maybe that's the common sense answer, and I should have thought about that a long time ago or maybe listened to other people. But, now I think we're to the point that we can go out and run almost any of the plays we run with those motions, and I think our guys can handle it.
Coach Glanville recently made an appearance on a podcast, and he talked about how he gives the guys tests, about coverages and, schemes and stuff like that. But he doesn't call on a certain position player. He calls on a different player, like a linebacker. Let's say if a coverage belongs to the defensive lineman, he calls on a linebacker. Can you just talk about how important it is for him to do that and how that brings your defense together when he does, stuff like that?
Yeah. Well, Eddie could probably talk about that more, but I kind of want to trash Coach Glanville a little bit right now. I'd say he's a bit on the hot seat because he gave up 6 points tonight, and even though 3 of them were on the offense, that's just entirely too much. So, me and him got to have a serious talk tonight about that defense, just not getting the job done.
And then last question for me, there's a lot that's been said on the other side, personal stuff and whatever. Can you just talk about how proud you are of Will to block out the noise and respond the way he did on the field?
Well, I don't know if he blocked out the noise or if it kind of fueled him and pissed him off a little bit and made him play with a little bit more fire than we've seen. So, if anything, I'd say that maybe that's what led to such a great performance, and I'll let him talk a bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, y'all can do some digging on it, but some things were said that were some personal shots, and I mentioned it earlier. I was really proud of how my teammates responded and had my back throughout the week, and there were some pretty unprofessional things said, and I'll leave it at that. But it was definitely fueled me to put it to these guys and put them away, and I think they'll wake up tomorrow and know that they poked a bear.
And I will, if you want to circle back, you asked about Coach Glanville and the test, and we didn't really get to Eddie there, so I'll let you talk about that.
Oh yeah, Coach Glanville, he does a great job of really simplifying the defense for us. We got a handful of plays, and I mean the coverages, you can never tell if it's man or zone. You let him say, he always say, is it man or is it zone? He's like, no, it's pro football. And that's what we do. We play pro football, and yeah. But he does a good job of simplifying the defense. So like you said, he'll ask a D lineman a coverage question, and they'll answer right. That's how simple the defense really is when he teaches it. That's why it's so easy for us to play free, fast, and physical like we do. So yeah.
Well, thank you very much to both coaches and players for attending today's press conference. And congratulations, Toros, on a great win. That will conclude today's press conference.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Please take this.
Yeah.
Or you can autograph it. You can autograph it and give it to Jason. He'll probably like that. Oh, man. Thank you. Great work, everyone.
I tried. I tried.
No. We're going to go have a big party. Yes, sir.
Is somebody going to cut the feed? Cut the feed to the United Football media?
What do you guys want to say? But, there we go. You can go out and talk about it. Are you home? You're home. I'll get back in. Okay.